I could have just, I don't know, inserted a picture. Would have been just as effective. And taken, I don't know, 0.1% of the effort. I think this is going to be our last video of the subathon. Okay, well, hope you all enjoyed that. Trying to decide whether or not I should break now, come back at 10:10, or just start the stream as is. I think we should maybe just do that. What do you think, chat? One in chat if you think we should just go straight into the regular stream, or we could take 20 minutes. I think we just start it. I think we just start it. I'm gonna have to get a couple things switched around here. Just gonna do this. Oh shit. No music. Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between time and space. Got a lot to talk about here on this Sunday FUNDAY. So we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fans, as this flight through the unknown may encounter all sorts of unknown problems. Okay, well, it looks like the stream is running alright. There's something weird happening, though, on my short stream. I have no idea what that's about. Okay, well. Good to see all of you. I did a shout out earlier. I'll just give another shout out now for fun. Midley Doctors, Bad Lefty, My Dogs Are Goth, or Rumor, Look Bovine. Moanoib, Choki, E-Rock, 121. Normal by Nature. Sasha G. Schmegley. Sassy Sasarai, Jerry McLean. I think Styx Dragon Sharon, Mozzie, PB, Donald James X, Pyramid 7. I think that's everybody. That's a lot of. No, Geo Dragon, I see you. Good God. Chat's moving so fast. It's good to see you all. Alright, now. It's enough of this early shoutouts. Let's move on to the Sunday FUNDAY. It won't be all fun, not gonna lie, but we are going to try our very best. There will be some stories of importance we are going to touch on, of course, as always, but betwixt all of that, we will attempt to enjoy ourselves for the evening and or day where we happen to be. I figured we'd start off today with a little bit of poetry.
Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. The wise men at their end know dark is right. Because their words had forked no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight, and learned too late they grieved it on its way. Do not go gentle into that good night. Grave men near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. And you, my father, there on the sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
Okay. Oh, Soul Life, I'm sorry. I overlooked you. It's my bad. Shout out. Now you get a shout out. Hello, Soul Life. I see you. I think I thought you were Nightbot for some reason. That's my bad. Alright, now let's go on to some other stuff here. Actually, I have this kind of in the wrong order. Let's move that there. Did we talk about that yesterday? I think we might have. Whatever. Sunday fun day. Let's do this. Alright, first one's not super fun, but I mean, it's good. It's better than bad. CNN, take it away.
I feel like the Queen of Abilene.
If you are throwing a dart at the center of Texas, the town you're going to come closest to is Abilene. Our nearest city is Fort Worth, and it's about 3 hours away. Dyess Air Force Base. It's on the west side of Abilene. It has its own zip code. A lot of times, these young airmen, they're separated from their families, their friends. So having some outreach into the community is very crucial to an airman's overall mental health. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out and sacrificing a little of your off-duty time to really make a difference in Carol's life. For today, working on the ramp, working on a new door, and lots of scraping. This is gonna be like, you know, Karate Kid, except scrape on, scrape off more. I am Master Sergeant Gordon Story, and I am the program director of the Dyess We Care team. We paint houses and maybe a little bit of repair work. We've painted adult centers for the disabled, daycare centers. We even did an ice skating rink. People can't really see what we do on base. There's those glimpses when we're volunteering that they see the character of our airmen.
Okay. I just thought it was fun to see, I don't know, troops not shooting people. This seems like a much better activity. In fact, I think this should be their main focus. It's just sort of fixing up communities rather than bombing people. It's just my ideas, I don't know, just thinking out loud.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Where do we go next? Let's go here. This was at, I think we watched part of this campaign rally that Kamala Harris did yesterday in Detroit. She also had a few celebrities come and endorse her. I think it was, who was the other? I think it was Usher. I think Usher and Lizzo. But this is Lizzo's speech here. Quick snippet of her speaking at that rally.
What up, though? You know all the best things were made in Detroit. Coney dogs, Fago, and Lizzo. I'm so proud to be from this city. You know, they say if Kamala wins, then the whole country will be like Detroit. Okay? Proud like Detroit. Resilient like Detroit. We're talking about the same Detroit that innovated the auto industry and the music industry. So put some respect on Detroit's name. You deserve a president who understands that their job is to be a public servant. And Kamala Harris has dedicated her entire career to public service, from DA to VP, and I think Mrs. Commander-in-Chief has a nice ring to it.
I mean, this
So
woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Ready for his first.
I like the vibes that Lizzo's putting out here. I'm not gonna lie, she is killing it.
So if you ask me if America is ready for its first woman president, I only got one thing to say. It's about damn time! It's about damn time!
You thought she got canceled? Ooh, maybe she did. Maybe she did get canceled. I don't know. Did she? For what? Oh, right. I forgot about that. You know, it's hard to keep track of all the cancelings. Not gonna lie. It's arduous, I would say, to keep track of it. But yeah, she did. There was somebody... Well, I can't try to remember. Were there people who were complaining that she was being, like, verbally abusive to them or something? Oh, God. It is so hard to remember these things. I just thought it was a good speech. Kamala needs a bump somewhere. I don't know if that's going to be the bump that she needs. And now, we watched this earlier, but I figured we'd watch a quick portion of it again today, because I had a Sunday FUNDAY style sort of follow-up to this one here today. Let's go here. Let's do this. Here's CNN Roy Wood Jr. and some other people on manhood being under attack.
Here we are in the last 3 weeks of the campaign, and finally we are at the closing message. This is about what it means to be a man.
Yeah, finally, men get a time to be mentioned, right at the time that black men seem to
Yay,
be
men.
the issue that Kamala is supposedly having. I think that Trump does a good job of creating something for people to be afraid of, so that if that's not enough to scare you to vote, well, what about this? What about this? Oh, y'all under attack. Men are being under attack. He did not go into any more details about what it was. I know. I don't remember the program, but earlier this week he mentioned that Harvey Weinstein got jammed up, and he didn't really go into detail on that in the sense of Harvey Weinstein's got a raw deal in terms of the criminal trial, but there always seems to be a new fear log to throw on the fire of why you should vote for me. And as a man, I want to know what's under attack. I'm feeling good.
Men have been oppressed for a long time, I guess, right? Maybe he's right, though, that this is really what his campaign is about.
I mean, but look at the trends. I mean, since the end of President Obama's second term, you've seen men slowly leaving the Democratic Party. I think there is an argument to make that some Democratic intellectuals have talked a lot about men being more vulnerable, when I think men naturally are more stoic, more competitive. I think a lot of men will look at...
This fucking guy. All men are more stoic and competitive. It's in our DNA. The second you come out of the womb, you just start punching things. I remember as a 6-month-old child, all I could do... I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop. Point is this is a ridiculous suggestion that all men are more stoic and competitive, and suggesting that we might need to assess our emotions once in a while and open up, but just somehow just like an admission of our lack of manhood. Right, and you know what? I don't know why, but this came up. It's like it popped into my head. I was like, oh my god, this is exactly what this guy sees himself as. This is this guy and everybody who thinks like him, and not literally. Sorry, hold on. Like, I don't mean like this is literally him. What I mean is like in his head. Like this is his like this. He thinks that this is him, and this is what all men are.
Subscribe.
Oh, I do love those guys. They are sort of my guilty pleasure. Oh god. All right. Anyway, I mean, that is genuinely what I feel like when somebody says stoic, like all men are stoic. That's what I imagine. It's just a dude literally saying absolutely nothing. By the way, it's okay. It's okay to be a knight and to have feelings. Okay, as a Galactic knight, I can tell you from personal experience, it's okay to have emotions once in a while. In fact, sometimes it comes in handy. All right. All right. Yes. Let's go here. This was interesting. I don't know if you've ever seen. I personally just decided not to watch it. I couldn't bear to do it. But I don't know if you recall, individual by the name of Jerry Seinfeld doing a little movie on Netflix, which apparently cost him and the studio in some combination of around $70 million. In which he basically, he spent all this time and money and whatever effort to tell people that the left and the wokes had somehow, just ruined comedy. Well, we have an update to that situation.
One minor success in our struggles for fighting back against the horrible statements of one individual. And ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Jerry Seinfeld has changed his mind.
Not about the genocide. He was at the Mets game saying, "Go Mets" and the IDF. So.
Oh yes. No.
I don't know if that's changing.
Yes, but he has changed his mind on another burning issue that we have had, and that is whether the left or even the extreme left has ruined comedy for everyone. And now this, of course, I know people were very concerned. We had an extended period of time where there was no comedy in the country because of people at colleges and whatnot. But it appears that Jerry Seinfeld has had a change of heart and or mind. Here he is on the Tom Papa podcast.
So there were two things that I have to say I regret and that I have to take back. I said that the extreme left has suppressed the art of comedy. Mm-hmm. I did say that. Yeah. That's not true. It's not true. No? No. If you're Lindsey Vonn, if you're a champion skier, you can put the gates anywhere you want on the mountain. She's going to make the gate. Whatever the culture is, we make the gate. Mm-hmm. You don't make the gate, you're out of the game. The game is...
Wow, shocking revelation from Seinfeld here. Of just, it's almost revelatory, seemingly. It's like he's like come out of some sort of cave where he was, unable to assess from the outside what was going on. What's happening? Oh shit! My start the stream alarm, it just went off. But we already started the stream. Sorry. Hold on. Here, I'll play this for you.
We make the gate. Mm-hmm. You don't make the gate, you're out of the game. The game is, where is the gate? How do I make the gate and get down the hill in the way I want to? So does culture change? And are there things I used to say that I can't say, that everybody's always moving? Yeah, but that's the biggest, easiest target. The accuracy of your observation has to be 100 times finer than that. Mm-hmm. So I don't think as I said, the extreme left has done anything to inhibit the art of comedy.
Wow.
It's such a massive departure from what he was saying a few months ago, and I'd be really curious to find out who he's spoken to recently.
Listen, I want to welcome converts and people who now see the light. And, it doesn't necessarily change my perspective on his comedy or his other politics or whatnot. But what happened?
Seriously, though, does anybody remember that interview that he did with, what's her face? The libs of TikTok. Chaya. Anybody remember when he talked to Chaya?
I know.
One wonders, and to be fair, there may be more, substantiation on the Tom Papa podcast, and I'll be sure to tune into it. But one wonders what happened. He goes out for a tour in support of his new movie Frosted, which, if you'll recall, was a hard-hitting satire about the world of breakfast foods.
Cereal, yeah.
Yes, right.
And claiming that he had an extensive sort of he had really thought it through.
Really put it together.
Not well, but he had thought it through. He was saying back in my day there were shows like All in the Family and other sitcoms, which incidentally should tell you, I've said before, Norman Lear wrote these.
Leftist.
About as avowed lefty as you could get. I mean, he sunk a ton of money into left progressive sort of organizations. And in fact, those shows would be considered very woke.
Oh, right. It was Barry Weiss, not Chaya Raichik. I'm sorry. I genuinely get them confused. I don't spend a lot of time listening to either of them a lot, and they seem to be near carbon copies of each other. They just have slightly different jobs.
Be considered very woke for its era. Nevertheless, he lamented that, and he also had said that, that college audiences were bad, and I don't know. It feels like he's had some type of reconciliation with his kid or his agent or Frosted, maybe
Netflix
was got a frosty reception.
Said, hey, we have a lot of young people in our audience. Maybe don't go on about wokeness and all this kind of stuff if you want people to actually stream this stupid movie that you put out
because
there.
all the people actually paying for Netflix are the kids who are letting their parents use their password. Speaking from experience here, but this is actually Jerry returning to form. This is him with Ricky Gervais in 2000.
Oh, I forgot about this part of it. Okay, actually, yeah, no, you know what? Let's watch more of this. It's Sunday Funday. We're just gonna keep the fun going. Talk comedy.
18, and this is one of my favorite new channels. We played him going on about Joe Rogan, The Elephant Graveyard, with a video entitled Jerry Seinfeld's Entire World Is Falling Apart. I'll play a little section from that here.
Chaucer. Jerry was on Ricky Gervais's Sirius radio show in 2018 when Ricky brought this subject up, and Jerry had a radically different opinion.
But we don't tell certain jokes because we know they're, in inverted commas, wrong.
Always. We've always done that. The mental agility that is required to execute this job is an essential part of it. The comedians complaining, oh, I can't do this joke now because so-and-so is going to be offended. That's right, you can't. So do another joke, find another way around it.
Now, Elephant Graveyard does go into the whole gay French king affair, and I think that was kind of the precipitating event that made Jerry be like, well, I can't do my jokes anymore. I'm missing these gates, I guess.
That's what it is. The knees blow out, and then you're like, why do we have to have these gates?
Right.
What?
Seriously, I get it. It's ruining the competition, okay? Having the gates there. Just making it too hard for the elderly comedians. We need a fair playing field.
Can't we just do straight down? Why does it have to be slalom? Why are we spending so much time on that? And then, for whatever reason, he returned to form, and
yeah, it's mystifying how this happened, and I too am quite interested to know who it is he talked to. Maybe, I think the possibility of Unfrosted having done very badly being somewhat part of this. Well, you gotta think that maybe there's some other people in his life who are like, yeah, I think you're kind of going the wrong direction. Alright, now let's quickly talk the election stuff here, because there is definitely stuff to talk about with that. Even with Sunday Funday being the case, we only have 16 days till Election Day, so should probably at least keep our eyes on the ball here. It's, actually, we're going to skip this one. We did this yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, I thought I took this out of my list. Alright, let's go here. This is ABC 7, 3 days ago. Stack of mail-in ballots found in SoCal storm drain. Doesn't seem good. This is the kind of stuff that's going to make Election day.
An alarming
more
find in
complicated.
Sierra Madre just weeks before the November 5th election, a stack of ballots in a storm drain.
As Eyewitness News reporter Sid Garcia tells us, it's a reminder to contact your registrar of voters if your ballot doesn't show up in the mail.
I'll show you. Jason Ace was doing some landscape work at his Sierra Madre home Saturday when he saw something strange in the storm drain next to his house. Nearly a dozen mail-in ballots. He says he got on his hands and knees and started scooping them out and noticed the addresses were from his Arcadia neighbors a block away.
And of course, we're trained here to keep stuff out of the storm drain. So I got down on my hands and knees and dug around a little bit and started pulling it out. And I pulled out a bunch of junk mail and Ralph's ads and Aldi, and these ballots were mixed in with the junk mail. And of course, they catch my attention because we're seeing on TV about all of the care being taken to prevent fraud and misuse of ballots. It seemed a strange place for ballots to be.
He says he tried to return them to the nearby post office, but they were already closed. Yesterday being a holiday, he wasn't able to return them either. His guess is someone went around the neighborhood opening up the mailboxes and emptying them.
Yeah, that seems like the most likely case because of the fact that you have these other sorts of like articles of mail, like flyers and whatever else in there. It would make sense that someone either stole a mail bag or, like he suggested, went box to box, stealing mail, going through it, and then throwing away what they didn't need, what they didn't see as being useful to them or whatever. So that'll be my guess on this one. But these kinds of stories, I feel like, are just going to add to stuff like this, even if it's people not intentionally, maybe, I mean, right now it's completely speculative as to what the reason for this is, and it's in California, a place that is almost definitely it's definitely going to Kamala Harris. So, I don't know. I just don't know what to think about the story. I just think that these are the sort of stories we're going to be seeing, probably, coming from right-wingers saying, oh, look, see, election stolen. And I can just feel it coming. We've been hearing all sorts of stories like this, and I'm just trying to remind us of that. That's where we're going to be at, right? We talked a couple weeks ago about a man who is literally going around the country, especially to red and swing states, teaching people about election fraud, and not in a good way. Teaching them basically how to either do election fraud or how to distrust elections, basically. It's not good. That's where we're at right now. Let's go here to a little place called the Galactic News Network. Latest U.S. presidential polls. This is from 23 hours ago. You're gonna be thinking to yourself, wow, Streamlord, really right now? You're playing your own video on the stream? Hey, look, I've been doing the work in here, and guess what that means? That means that we get to even, use my videos rather than having to do other stuff. So I did this video, made this yesterday. I literally got the results for these polls right before making the video, right? And it's not looking great. Not gonna lie, we have so much work to do. I think that on the 5th, we are not going to be feeling comfortable. That's just my sense of things. It's not good because these polls keep tightening more and more to the point that I have a lot of concerns. And so let's just look at them. This is the national poll. As you can see, it's up 2% for Harris right now, which is, it's good, but she was up nearly 4% at one point. In Wisconsin, they're tied now. I mean, look at how much it's tightened here. Like, if you look back, you can clearly see just, where there was a gap, and now 0.1 in Pennsylvania. She was up 2.7 at one point in Pennsylvania. 0.5 in Nevada, which, I mean, is basically where she's been. But at one point, she was nearly, approaching 2%. Half a point in Michigan. She was also up 2.5 points, even more, I think, at one point in Michigan, maybe 3 points. Trump is up now, 1 point in North Carolina. Trump is up 2 points in Georgia, where at one point Kamala had actually taken a lead. If you recall correctly, at least they had tied, if I recall correctly. Arizona, he's now up 2.1, which is a big gain from where he was at. It's just not good. All right, let's go here. This thing is, what is this, MSNBC? No, NBC. All right, Kornacki.
Hello, my name is Owen.
Hello, my name is Dawn.
Hello, my name is Annette, and I'm calling from the Quinnipiac University poll.
This is perhaps the second hardest part of modern-day polling.
Sorry that we missed you.
Sorry that we missed you.
Sorry we missed you. We'll try to reach you another time.
Getting voters to pick up the phone and answer.
I've had days where I just dialed and got no surveys.
And that feeds into the hardest part of polling.
We're conducting an independent public opinion survey.
Getting it right.
We really want to represent everyone's views in our poll.
After a surprise Donald Trump win in 2016.
The polling missed the 2016 election outcome.
And a surprisingly close Joe Biden win in 2020.
A lot of folks are waking up and saying, why were these seeming to be so off?
They do manually dial.
Quinnipiac University's poll director Doug Schwartz and others like him have tweaked their methods to better predict who will win in November.
How do you think about that in terms of what happened there and what you're doing now?
Some pollsters are thinking it's because they missed the Trump voter. And then for us, we don't feel like we missed reaching the Trump voter. We got the Trump voter. They were in our poll, but they didn't tell us how they would vote. This time around, we're better prepared.
So they're rephrasing their questions.
If the election for president were being held today.
Doing everything they can to reach those who are hard to reach.
Our motto is we try hard to reach the hard to reach people. So we keep dialing.
Their new methodology showing results.
We tested that in 2022. We had one of our most accurate elections ever.
Experts point to a variety of reasons for past errors. Trump voters who may avoid surveys, and pollsters trying to predict who will actually turn out to vote.
Polling pre-election is always really hard because as a pollster, I need to try to make my data look like what I think the.
You think that the white women in Georgia are secretly voting for Kamala? Could be. Could be. They might be keeping it from their husbands. Maybe not answering any polls on the phone. I don't know. I'm not in the. I don't think I can say that I'm in the mind of the white woman voter in Georgia, unfortunately.
What's going to look like?
Will the electorate be more Republican or Democratic? How many first-time voters?
It's like a 50-50 coin toss to me as to whether or not the polling are going to be right.
Here's why that's important. These are the poll averages right now in all the battleground states. If those polls are off the same way they were in 2016 and 2020, Donald Trump is in great shape. But these poll errors...
Now, this is even more concerning to me, right? This right here. You're not going to let me...
don't always happen in the same direction. If they're all...
Well, let me... Okay, well, whatever. This is problematic. I mean, we just looked at that poll just a moment ago, showing that Kamala was technically up in Michigan, but Kornacki is saying that she's down in Michigan. And if she loses Michigan, that is a huge blow. That would be... I'm trying to think of how many votes that is. How many electoral votes is Michigan? 12? It's bad. That would be really bad. Like, she can lose the Sun Belt states, generally speaking. Also has Trump winning in Nevada. These are all, very tiny margins, but I mean, this is not what it should look like right now.
By the same amount, but this time underestimating Democrats, this is what those states would look like.
How much attention have you been paying to the election?
So everybody is asking, are the polls going to actually get it right this year? What do you say to that?
I think so, at least in terms of the high quality polls. I think people need to sort of remember it's an estimate, it's a range. Don't expect perfection.
Polling perfection?
Is it very likely?
Is hard to reach.
She dropped me. Darn it.
As some voters. Steve Kornacki, NBC News, Hamden, Connecticut.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
All right. It's just not good, I don't think any of us want Donald Trump to be president. It's not what we want. And with those polls being as they are right now, let's quickly do this up. According to those, we're going to do it according to the Kornacki polls, because technically the 358 polls are a aggregation, and I think Kornacki is using more particular polls. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry for sneezing directly into your ears, chat. Unintentional. Okay. So Kornacki had her winning in Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Oh my God, Michigan's even more. It's 15. That's not a good map, folks. That's the map that Kornacki basically just showed us. He didn't give us a map or an electoral count from those averages, but this is what it is. It's 255 to 283. Right? That's what he had her winning just now, right? Hold on. Let's go back. Let me just make sure. Where was it? Where's that map? Or not the map, the graph. Yeah. 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 That's what that is. That's a landslide. That's a 30 electoral vote win for Republicans. Can't have that, people. We need to do something about this situation. Not sure what. By we, I mean, I don't know about what us as a group can do, necessarily. But Democrats certainly need to step something up here. And sure, it's just, it's not... none of this is a guarantee, right? It's a projection based upon data that they are trying to, arduously get, and there's no way to say that it's representative 100% of what's going to happen, and it's just not. You can't do it, but it's it's just a disturbing state of things, considering where we were at just a month ago, where we were looking at maps with Kamala Harris taking this down handily. All right, let's have some more fun. What do you say?
Had an endorsement with Burger King.
Let's talk sports. We're having too much fun? That is incredibly rude. Well, fine. Then we'll stop. We'll stop having so much fun. I'm so sorry for being fun. Oh, boy. Sorry for enjoying women's sports. Jeez. My bad. Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Do you know what's funny about that? Is that it's on a channel called Free Movies by Cineverse. So I guess free is a somewhat loose definition. Somewhat loose. Come on. Incredibly rude. This is what we get for trying to have fun. Stream suspended for policy violations. I have ended it. I have ended it. They might have. I might be actually suspended. Have I been copyright struck? Been actually struck? Let's see here. Take a look. Are we back? How did I lose 3 subscribers while we were doing the stream? What did we do? What did we do to deserve that? That's very hurtful. 3. We got all the way up to 388, and now we're down to 385. People are so mercurial with their subscriptions. So it looks like it's back up. Well, sorry for trying to enjoy women's sports and trying to have fun. Clearly our bad. My bad. Who thought that a recreational women's basketball league would be copyrightable, or at least be getting copyright claimed on a channel called Free Movies by Cineverse? It's all very confusing to me. All right. Let's go on to this. Let's talk about Boeing.
17,000 jobs will be cut globally. Delays in the delivery of its 777X.
Why is this happening?
X-Jet amid record losses of $5 billion in its third quarter. Boeing's new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, who has only been in the post since August, unveiled the changes on Friday.
Restoring our company requires tough decisions, and we will have to make structural changes to ensure we can stay competitive and deliver for our customers over the long term.
Like what?
These announcements come as 33,000 workers have been on strike in Seattle for a month. They are demanding an increase in salaries and pensions. As a result, 2 of the group's main factories have completely shut down, and thousands of employees are on furlough. Subcontractors, suppliers, and service providers are trying to survive the collapse of their orders. The company is heavily in debt, which has stemmed from a series of failures of its 737 MAX and concerns over safety procedures. The company could suffer a future downgrade in its financial rating. The American aircraft manufacturer would then risk slipping into a junk credit rating.
So yeah, Boeing is laying off 17,000 fucking workers. If you didn't quite catch that in there.
An end to the more than month-long strike at Boeing could be days away. Striking machinists will vote on Wednesday on a new contract deal that includes a 35% pay hike over 4 years. That's according to the company and union. About 33,000 West Coast workers have been on strike since mid-September. The International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers Local 751 said on social media it had received a proposal from Boeing that is worthy of consideration by its members, with help from acting U.S. Secretary of Labor Julie Su. A spokesperson said she has been in Seattle in recent days meeting with both sides. The union had been seeking a 40% pay hike and restoration of a defined benefit pension. The union said the plane maker's latest offer.
So yeah, the latest offer from Boeing is actually almost exactly what the union has asked for. It's the closest it has come. We've heard some of their other offers, which were definitely much lower. I think there was just a fraction. It was like 30% of what the union was asking for. This offer, however, may end the strike at Boeing, potentially. I guess we will see what happens with that. Let's move along. We're just going to keep trying to have fun. I don't care. We've been struck down, but we will rise up again. Let's try a second time for some fun. This time, with a little bit of music appreciation. Whoa, why is this at the very end? Oh, probably because I was watching it to the very end. Okay, go back.
In our YouTube and podcast description, so used to having like other people do your microphones for you. Oh, I'm sorry, we're back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report.
Can you lower your voice a little?
Will you please like help him? God.
No, I mean in general, even if.
Can I do an introduction?
Well, you did before. I heard it. It was,
We're back on the Majority Report. Joining us now in studio is John Benjamin, who goes by the moniker the Jazz Daredevil. John, welcome back to the program.
I thought
he was an H.
Thank you for having me.
You have been on in the past for this project that you're doing, known as the Jazz Daredevil.
Have I been on before to promote the Jazz Daredevil character? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, we can. No, we can hear you.
You're looking around like a crazy person, like you're like something's wrong. So I'm picking up bad vibes.
I agree.
Yeah, you were like.
I was just looking for. I just noticed you brought your instrument in. You haven't quite set it up yet.
I mean, just
no, but I will when I play. I brought my keyboard.
So, John, you have. This is your. You have been doing this. You started a musical career. People may know you from your work as the voice of the Majority Report.
That's right. I think probably that was one of my first gigs.
Yep. Other people may know you from other smaller projects known as Bob's Burgers.
Smaller?
Archer. I'm just talking in terms of like cultural impact.
Phrasing.
You were also on the Dr. Katz show.
Yeah. Why are you being so dismissive of my career?
No, I'm not being dismissive. This is you've had a tremendous amount of luck, and I think that is. I think people are impressed by that.
I think that's arguably true. I think
Oh, home movies. Someone else mentioned.
Home movies. Thank you. Yeah, also very lucky.
No, I.
It's just it's like this perpetual luck.
I would say more luck than Sam.
Some people have to rely on luck, others don't. I mean, it's all right. I'm just saying you've been very, very lucky in your career. That's a compliment.
Yes, and consistently lucky, I guess. And You were in show business for a bit, and I guess you were unlucky.
Oh, no, I feel very like I was very fortunate. Most of the stuff I had was not so much based on luck, but that's irrelevant.
Well, you were lucky during the time before you were ousted from show business.
Right.
Then that was
ousted from show business.
Well, I'm being kind.
Oh.
It's like a euphemism for being nobody cares anymore about your work in that.
I haven't been doing it for years. I don't. I'm not. It doesn't matter.
Would you consider getting back into it because that would be
too busy doing this program every day.
Well, also arguably it would be problematic if you tried. It might not work out. Like before.
Well, let's turn to your work as the jazz daredevil.
Speaking of things that don't quite work out.
Yeah,
Not all of my projects work out.
I listen. I'm quite familiar with your highball whiskey drink.
That was a big swing and a miss. Yeah.
Well, it's still available, though, right?
Yeah.
We may actually serve some of those at the.
That would be nice.
At the live show at the Bell House for. I think we're working on that
for the election show.
Yeah, because apparently there's a huge warehouse full of discounted cans.
You could get them in bulk.
Yeah.
Handcrafted and hand canned.
I can't make
hand canned, handcrafted
promises, but they might have gone bad.
All right, well, that's all right. I mean, they were...
Because they were canned, I don't know, 7 years ago. And I would say give it a shot.
Does whiskey go bad?
It's going to be a mass, botulism event at the...
No, but whiskey is a natural,
it's like a disinfectant.
Antibiotic?
Not antibiotic, but right, if you drink it, it will help you not get sick from whatever's wrong with what the drink is.
Yes, it works in the same way that bleach does. When you're dealing with right. You have
when you're dealing with COVID.
I just want to remind people that you have put out you've now put out, this is your third album. Is that right?
Third album. The first one was in 2015,
and it was entitled.
Shit. Well, I should have.
Well, I should have, and then in parentheses.
Then an ellipsis. Learned how to play the piano.
And it is, in fact, an album of music where you are playing with some very accomplished jazz musicians.
Session musicians, yep.
And you are playing along with them, but don't know how to play the piano.
I don't know how to play the piano. They know how to play their instruments, and we played together as an ensemble.
And I assume you've never seen those people since then.
No, they worked on their most recent album. They did.
All right.
They don't necessarily appreciate my style, but they
don't necessarily appreciate
the money.
Well, that's cynical. They enjoy playing jazz, and they're playing jazz, and I'm trying to play jazz, so we're working together.
And you pay them.
I pay them.
Oh, I'm sorry, that one just breaks me. That's cynical. Oh, God. I mean, especially as it relates to this particular one. I mean, oh my God, it is genuine. That is exactly what's happening. Like, I'm pretty sure nobody would be here playing with him, even though he is Archer, because he's definitely not a pianist. Oh God!
Okay.
Yeah. Did you pay your
I love their dynamic.
You pay us.
To play jazz. Cynical. They enjoy playing jazz and
the money.
Well, that's cynical. They enjoy playing jazz, and they're playing jazz, and I'm trying to play jazz, so we're working together.
And you pay them.
I pay them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you pay your
you pay us.
Yeah.
And they don't necessarily enjoy being here.
That's possible.
You'll never know. That's what the money's for.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, that's how everything works. Yeah. Yeah.
The second album, what was that called?
That was called, you didn't say you were going to ask, these guys. Oh, no.
Are you used to softball interviews?
Yeah. I'm used to no interviews.
Right.
The soundtrack collection, it was called.
Right. And
so it was covers of famous soundtrack tracks from such as.
Okay, all right. Let's skip ahead to the music appreciation portion of all of this here. Hold on. You have to. Should do this because this thing hates me.
Here, this is the clip, I guess. Let's just play this.
Yes, and I was wearing a cosmonaut outfit. They didn't know that I was going to do that either.
Well, that was because
we were shooting
it was an homage to
Space
Odyssey, which, of course, they were not cosmonauts. They were astronauts.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly connected to that. It was more random. My art is about random choices.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's the beauty of random.
Oh my god.
Well, I think that's going to end the music appreciation portion of this stream. I hope you enjoyed. I'm going to keep this thing moving along here. Other things to talk about. Let's get back talking about unions. Old channel called Democracy Now! From 5 days ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Today, the U.S. Supreme Court set to consider a labor case with major implications for the right of workers to organize. YAP USA Automotive Systems has asked the Supreme Court to block a National Labor Relations Board case that alleges the company illegally interfered with the union election at a Michigan plant. The company is challenging the case in part by claiming the NLRB's structure is unconstitutional. More than 20 other companies, including Amazon, one of the most powerful companies on earth, have filed similar lawsuits challenging the National Labor Relations Board's power. Now a new film documents how Amazon workers at Amazon's JFK 8 Fulfillment Center on Staten Island made history by voting to form the first Amazon union in U.S. history in 2022. The same year, Amazon spent more than $14 million to quash union drives by the company's workers. An NLRB investigation later found Amazon illegally prohibited them from distributing pro-union materials. The documentary is called Union. This is its trailer.
We got to continue to fight because this company has not been held accountable.
Is Chris Smalls. He was fired when he went outside and protested.
You make Amazon $638 million a day. It's time we get paid our fair share.
Cancel all your plans unless it's family related. They ain't family related, we have to take. Like, we got to.
There's nothing that can stop our momentum. The only thing that's going to stop us is if we stop ourselves.
Right now, Amazon is on their high horse, and we want to punch them in the face.
We should just go in, occupy that training room, and don't even let them hold the meetings.
Can we talk outside? Hey, you know that's illegal, right? You're not supposed to be doing that.
This is the long haul, right? This is the marathon.
This is our shot to make things better.
The demands of workers at Amazon's JFK 8 Staten Island warehouse included better pay, benefits, and working conditions. In this clip from the film union, an Amazon union organizer interrupts a mandatory anti-union meeting the company organized.
We're asking you to do 3 simple things. Get the facts, ask questions, and vote no to the union.
So that's the ultimate theme. Remember, your signature is worth something, so protect your signature.
Hi, my name is Natalie. I'm a sort inductor on the ship dock, and I'm actually one of the organizers for the Amazon Labor Union. Just to let you know, the leader of the ALU is Chris Smalls. He was fired last April when he went outside and protested because we were not getting PPE inside the factory, even though we were processing it for the rest of the world. Okay, so him and his friends that also worked here got fired. Okay, so when I say that we put a union out there that is worker-led and is Amazon employees, we have all of you in mind. It's workers protecting workers and standing up for workers. No, and you guys, no. I want to say one more thing. You talk about $1,200. Union busters make $2,000 to $3,000 per day paid by Amazon to sell everybody out.
A clip from the new documentary Union, which opens theatrically in New York this Friday at IFC Center. It's directed by the acclaimed filmmakers Brett Story and Steve Mang. Mang joins us now along with Connor Spence, who's in the...
I just think this is a great film, and I really think we need people working on this stuff more. You know, if only we had the wherewithal to do such a thing. This is a good project right here.
Now president of the Amazon Labor Union, IBT Local 1, a member of the Teamsters. Earlier this year, the ALU affiliated with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters to become ALU IBT. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! So, Steve, talk about the significance of this film dropping or opening now.
By the way, I know they didn't mention it, but I'm pretty confident that it's actually illegal to, what's it called? To hold those kinds of meetings, like union busting meetings at the workplace. But Amazon keeps doing it over and over again.
Well, first off, thank you so much for having us. We're huge fans of you and Juan. You know, this is a film that updates a narrative about labor organizing that many have been talking about. You know, we saw a resurgence in labor organizing after almost 50 years of decline in union density. And this was a group of workers in Staten Island, New York, who got together and decided that enough was enough, right? These were workers that have often been called the invisible working class, and that was because they've been largely long been voiceless and disempowered from pushing back, and were in many ways considered by traditional unions unorganizable. This was a $1 trillion company that they took on, and in an incredible feat of organizing and determination, were able to win in a near landslide against Amazon in April of 2022.
And Steve, given that your film centers on labor rights and so many of the streaming platforms these days are controlled by corporations with their own embattled labor histories, like Apple, for instance, or Amazon, what was the response of the distribution platforms, and what did you have to do to get the film out?
Well, you know, we had the great honor of premiering the film at Sundance, actually receiving an award there. You know, we were one documentary among 15,000 that applied to get into that festival. And, despite that, we've also had the distinct honor of experiencing what a lot of doc makers have been experiencing in this industry, which is in an attempt to distribute a film that falls into the genre of political cinema, we're dealing with a very corporatized, myopic industry that does not necessarily value narratives like this as much. And so
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the film industry is, how can we pump out another Marvel movie? How can we, like, how can we do this thing for $1 billion that doesn't help anybody? But when it comes to stuff like this, I mean, granted, nobody's actually spending $1 billion on films, but they're spending an incredible amount of money. Hundreds of millions of dollars in some cases to do films, and it's then you got people trying to do stuff like this that actually makes a difference, and oftentimes doesn't get enough resources or backing, which it makes to some degree a lot of sense in this capitalist system. People with the money to do that don't want to support projects that may run counter to their interests.
Much like the Amazon Labor Union, have been charting a more independent course to distribute the film on our own, and it's in many ways been a more gratifying and exciting process.
I wanted to go to another clip. In this scene from Union, 3 Amazon Union organizers, including Chris Smalls, who would become the first ALU president, are handcuffed, detained by New York police for being on Amazon warehouse property.
Hey, Chris. Like I said, man, I'm going to ask you, and anyone who's not an Amazon employee has to leave the premise, please. Anyone who is an Amazon employee, I am not speaking to you. You guys are free to stay.
Okay, but are we in a parking lot that says visitor, right?
You are currently trespassing on Amazon property if you are not an Amazon associate. So anyone here
you didn't answer the question, though. That sign over there says visitor, right? I'm a visitor.
With who? What are you doing here?
I'm visiting with him. They work here.
How long have you been here for, Saturday?
A few minutes.
So you're refusing to leave?
No,
look how many cops they have here.
Are you refusing to leave?
I said no.
This is insane.
When he leaves.
Are you leaving? Yes or no?
This is sort of a prime example, an epitome of how much resources these companies get to use of ours, right? Our tax dollars are paying for these police, right? But they make a call, and 10 of these thugs show up to kick people off the property, and it's a real fucked system we got right now.
How long have you been here for, Saturday?
A few minutes.
So you're refusing to leave?
No, I said I'm gonna leave when he leaves.
Are you refusing to leave?
I said no, I'm gonna leave when he leaves.
Are you leaving? Yes or no?
Yeah, I said yes. If you're not leaving within the next 2 minutes, you're gonna be arrested.
You have 2 minutes.
Y'all not enforcing no law. Y'all just wasting your time.
You have 30 seconds, or you're getting arrested. It's very simple.
I'm gonna get arrested? How am I gonna get arrested for? For what? For what? You wanna arrest me for what?
If you do that, hey, look, man. Right now you're obstructing police business right now. Back
no, you're not. No, you're not.
Hands
man.
on
Get up out of here.
No.
What the hell? He's a worker. He works here.
No.
What are you doing? Hold on. Stop.
Get your hands off of him.
So Chris Smalls, who would become the first president of American Labor Union, was a...
Now, I'm pretty sure most cops essentially get paid something like $30 an hour. So you get 6-7 guys there. That's like $200 an hour to send these assholes out there to repress workers. Ah, boy. Real good use of public resources there. All right, let's talk about a different problem. Let's talk about train travel in America, which has a bunch of problems, but for now, let's just talk about cost. Let's see what CNBC has to say.
This is Moynihan Train Hall at Penn Station in New York City. It's one of several stations along the Northeast Corridor, which is the busiest stretch of rail line in North America. One of the train companies that operates in this rail line is Amtrak, which is an intercity rail company that ferries passengers from one large city to another. In 2021, when this hall opened, more than 4 million Amtrak passengers came through this station. In 2019, before COVID, more than 10 million people came through Penn Station. The Northeast Corridor is also home to the fastest train in the Western Hemisphere, the Acela. It can hit a top speed of 150 miles per hour, though it usually travels at speeds slower than that. The full trip from Boston to Washington, D.C. takes about 7 hours.
You might notice if you try to book a ticket on one of these trains, they are expensive.
Even with high ticket prices in stations like this one, Amtrak has never made money.
Its status as a for-profit company owned and funded by the federal government has earned it a lot of criticism. But just before COVID, Amtrak was in its strongest financial position in history. Ridership has slowly recovered, and it has big plans to expand its service, including in fast-growing regions that are underserved.
There's, I think, tremendous public sentiment for rail as a mode, and with all of the public attention on sustainability, really, this is the time for rail travel.
Transportation researchers think there is a future for rail like Amtrak. A number of private investors are starting their own projects.
I love this. So, I actually haven't watched this whole thing, but I had a feeling this was what was going to happen, is that CNBC was going to do a little commercial for private companies to take over rail transit in the United States. Shocking, but not really. But yeah, I mean, this is not to be. The CNBC is a purely capitalist sort of channel who views everything through that lens. And the fact is no, that's not the reason why train travel is so expensive, because we haven't allowed the free market to get involved. That's stupid. That's a stupid suggestion.
There are two basic types of passenger train in the U.S. Commuter trains, which typically travel from the center of a major city.
And let's be real. There's a bunch. There already is a ton of private enterprise involved in railroads. If you're not I just kind of breezed over that because I assumed it was obvious, but there is already a huge amount of private ownership in railroads as it is. We don't need more. We need to go the reverse way and stop trying to do this sort of quasi-private thing and just have the government take over Amtrak and fix that shit.
City trains, which, as the name suggests, offer service from one large city to another. Commuter trains are often run by local public transportation agencies, but almost all intercity trains in the U.S. are run by Amtrak. Amtrak was created in 1970 by the Rail Passenger Service Act. Its formal name is the National Rail Passenger Corporation. It was created to buy out the private passenger rail businesses then struggling to compete. Amtrak operates more than 30 routes on about 21,000 miles of track. It stops at 526 stations across 46 U.S. states, Washington, D.C., and 3 Canadian provinces. Amtrak can be thought of as 3 systems in one. There's the Northeast Corridor, a 457-mile stretch of track that runs from Boston to Washington, D.C. That is the only route that makes Amtrak money. Then there are the state-supported rail systems, which are jointly run by Amtrak and 17 states. Over 220 such trains run each weekday on 28 corridors of less than 750 miles. Those account for about 45% of Amtrak's total ridership. Lastly, there are 15 long-distance routes. All of these are at least 750 miles in length, and they range up to 2,728 miles. These are the trains that traverse broad swaths of the country. They have observation cars, sleeping cabins, and dedicated dining cars. The vast majority of passengers only ride these for a portion of the total trip. They serve a number of purposes. They connect small communities with each other and with large metropolitan areas. These trains are the only Amtrak trains in half of the states where Amtrak operates. They also are the only form of intercity passenger transportation in some of these communities. That includes buses and airplanes.
Yeah, and we really need to update those trains and all of these rail systems that we have in place. Much of it is incredibly antiquated. And we need way more sort of the city stuff, like subways and trams and things like that. Is all very is just missing from too many cities in the United States.
Understanding these three systems is key to understanding the cost of a train ticket. The Northeast Corridor is the most heavily used portion of the system. In fact, of the about 12.1 million trips taken on an Amtrak train, about 4.4 million of those traveled through the Northeast Corridor. These heavily used Northeast Corridor routes are also the most expensive.
We do a lot of work to study what consumer willingness is to pay and also how much capacity we have for any given point in time. So our prices essentially reflect both willingness to pay and market demand in any market.
Okay, I think that's enough of trains. But it's a little fun to talk about, and also an important aspect of transportation that is often overlooked in our society, in America in particular. Europe doesn't have these kinds of problems. Mostly, at least. Alright. Let's, Let's go to this. This is fun. This one's kind of fun. Well, something has popped up in Love Park in Philadelphia. What could it possibly be?
Art installation in Love Park is creating speculation on social media tonight. Philadelphia is set to receive a portal which will connect with another international location. Action News reporter Brianna Smith live for us there in Center City to explain what is the meaning of this portal. Brianna.
Gray, you're taking a look at it. I told my photographer it's a halo because I'm an angel. He just stared at me, but it's definitely a glowing circle that's captivating everyone's attention in Love Park, and they're excited that it's going to make a positive impact here in Philadelphia. It's a bright, shiny structure in Love Park that's making everyone stop and stare.
I'm from Minnesota, so it kind of looks like a hockey puck with a hole in it.
Mine's like the scary movie The Ring, like the girl's gonna climb out of it or something like that.
But some visitors have an idea of what this new piece of art may be. Crews began setting up the display on Friday afternoon.
I just saw this portal.
What's happening?
I think was online, and there were a bunch of people in Times Square in New York, and I think they were seeing on the other side it was Dublin.
We're thinking it's going to be turning on anytime soon, so I want to be part of it.
The back of the installation shows a link to portals.org. The portals are technology art sculptures in public spaces that connect to other sculptures internationally, providing a real-time, unfiltered live stream 24/7.
It's a global world, so it's really neat to connect with people all over.
That seems fun. No more portals? No, you're not a fan of the portals? Hey, each their own. Alright, that's gonna be our time to break. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both are super important and much appreciated. Once you get done doing those two things, do consider becoming a patron on Patreon or contributing to the stream in some possible way, as it is made possible by viewers like you. For just a few US dollars a month, you can become a patron on Patreon for for all of the Galactic sort of happenings. You will be, a I'm sorry, I've lost my. What was I saying? Oh yeah, you will gain access to an incredible number of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy for just $3 a month on Patreon. Really helps keep this stream going. Anyways, I hope you're all enjoying the day. And we are going to take this quick space intermission. But while we're here, I'm going to point this out to you because I feel generous. So I'm going to actually show whoever's here now a little sneak peek into what things are going to be like on Halloween. I've been setting up decorations. Might be able to see the faces behind me now on the wall doing some stuff. Creepy. Go over here to the bar. I haven't finished the decoration. I'm just working on them. So this is, like I said, a real sneak peek, if you will. But this is what it might look like on Halloween. And if you're a patron, you can add to your patron avatars a Halloween costume for a Halloween night. Decided to throw this random patron benefit your way because you're all so helpful and supportive of the channel. Wanted to recognize that with a little extra love here on Halloween. So yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, if you want to have an avatar on the screen that could have a Halloween costume on it, you could become a patron. So do consider it. Okay, I'm back. Get back to your seat, Space Fams. It's time for the second half of the show to begin. Now, let's see what we're going to start it off with here. Hope everybody's having more fun than usual. It is Sunday, fun day after all. Sadly, we are losing subscribers. We lost like 4 subscribers since the stream started. I feel like there must have been some Tim Pool fans who subscribed because of that video and then realized that this is not a Tim Pool friendly place and decided to unsubscribe. That'd be my guess. I could be wrong. Who knows? Who can say one way or the other? All right. Let's move along to the environment and stuff happening there. Start here, I guess. Seems like a good place as any in LA, where streets were flooded after a water main break happened earlier this week. You want to be my friend instead of screwing me right now?
Traffic brought to you by FUNDAY.
We certainly have a lot of things going on, and the really tough ride is going to be for our friends who are traveling on the 10. We're going to get to that in just a second. But remember, we have this water main break on Formosa Avenue, so kind of sits in the bigger streets. We'll break those down to the bigger streets between La Brea over to Fairfax. But look at that, our Darren fan showing us how much water is here and what everybody who lives here, works here, is going to be contending with, and the businesses as well. My goodness, such a dramatic look at all that water now after that water main break from earlier this morning. I think it was sometime before 4 o'clock, so at least you can see it with the roped off section.
That's a lot of water. It's in a place it's not supposed to be. Ooh, maybe someone unsubscribed accidentally. Could be. Never know. Either way, I'm just going to keep trying to post videos and keep doing my thing, as it seems to be working in terms of growing this channel. We are getting ever closer to that 500 number. We've nearly broken to less than 100 needed on a couple of occasions. But the subs do fluctuate up and down. Partially, I think, because we post a great deal of varied content here, so I think to some degree it requires you to agree. Well, maybe not agree with me, but not like adamantly hate everything I have to say on some of these topics that we cover, because we go over so much stuff. All right. And maybe some people just uninterested too. They could not even be hate or dislike, just genuinely bored. And that's fine. You know what's not fucking boring? This.
The smoke rising. But this is the nastiest smoke we've seen is from this view. This is the view again from the Oakland airport, live pictures. Really, really nasty, thick, black smoke coming from that area. So Wilson, you're in the area again of Crystal Ridge Court and Campus Drive. That was the first area to get these evacuation notices about an hour ago. The fire's been burning for at least 2 hours at this point. The other area, Rifle Lane and Altura Place, it's probably hard to get your mind around exactly how close you are to that area, but those are some of the newer evacuations.
Hard for me to see from our one spot. I can look a little bit to the south, and I can see that there are fibers of coal.
Well, I'm going to move this forward a little bit.
Guys updated as we're staying again right here by Keller Avenue.
Now, Suji, we know that weather plays a big part in how quickly this fire is able to spread, and we got a lot of the scientific information from Darren Peck just a few moments ago. But from where you're standing, how are the winds? Have they died down? What are you seeing? What are you smelling?
Yeah, I mean, definitely you can smell the smoke. I smelled it from miles away as I was driving to this live shot. And the wind, I think it's pretty mild right now. I mean, I can definitely feel the wind here, but it comes and goes. It comes and goes. But yes, the wind is picking up, which can be a challenge for these firefighters out here. But of course, as you can see, they're working very, very diligently right now, Anne.
Yeah, okay, so you said that you had sort of been up in the hills. Can you tell us a little bit about traveling around in that area and how that's been?
Yeah, so I was actually up. I passed a couple elementary schools. The name of the street I...
All right. We're going to move from the live coverage over to the other ones. This only happened yesterday, I think, so. It's, or I guess it was 2 days ago now. Just barely.
Terrifying moments today in the Oakland Hills as fire erupts right near Interstate 580.
The fire moving up the hill towards us.
The flames quickly raced uphill, damaging homes and threatening dozens of others.
It was really disoriented. I didn't know what was going on, and they're like, get out.
It was all hands on deck with the dangerous conditions.
It's pretty scary. A lot of brown trees burned.
If it wasn't for the quick response of our entire region.
Firefighters standing by for a situation exactly like this rushed to the scene, backed by air support.
And good evening, I'm Amma Dates.
And I'm Dan Ashley. Thanks for joining us. It's been a tense day. Here's where things stand right now with this fire. At least 2 homes are damaged. The number has changed throughout the day. The fire is 35% contained tonight and has burned about 15 acres. So far, there are no reports of any injuries. Hundreds of people remain under evacuation orders tonight.
Now, 15 acres isn't a lot in terms of what we've seen from forest fires. Problem here is it's in the middle of Oakland, a very densely populated area where any sort of spread of this fire immediately means property is threatened.
The areas shaded in red, as you see here, are where people have been told that they should leave. Those shaded in green are where evacuation orders or warnings have been lifted. And we have a team coverage for you tonight. Meteorologist Sandhya Patel is monitoring the conditions.
But we'll start with ABC 7 News reporter Lauren Martinez, who is at the command center, which is in Oakland. Lauren?
Dan and Amma, fire crews are still here this evening. We could smell the vegetation that burned in the air, and from where we're standing, it's still a bit smoky, but we could still see part of the hillside lit up with embers. What you're looking at is a tree trunk and some of the embers flying off of it. Now, one of the key pieces of getting this fire under control was the massive response the Oakland Fire Department received from surrounding agencies.
Okay, I think this is the last of them. Oh no, this is second to last. This is the Associated Press. I don't think there's any commentary on this one, but you can see just how powerful this fire was. Seems like it got out of control quickly. My guess it was human caused. You know, it's very dry and windy right now in California. PG&E shut off the power recently to try and avoid incidents like this. Okay, I think this next one is the last one. We're just gonna go straight to it. Play right into it. All right, you're in the South Bay. You heard about this yesterday. Oh. We seem to have people all over the place that watch this channel somehow. It's pretty interesting. Considering how small of a subset of the population you all are, I just find it fascinating how we manage. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, I find it fascinating that we managed to get people from everywhere. Canada. Multiple places in Canada, from the west to the east, all over the United States. Even have people in other countries. It's weird. You would think with that sort of reach we would have gotten well beyond 300 subscribers.
In the Oakland Hills, this one started yesterday afternoon near Keller Avenue and Interstate 580. You see it here. This is the height of the flames. Yesterday afternoon, quickly grew to a 5-alarm fire. Hundreds of firefighters tackled the flames from above and on the ground. CAL FIRE joined in to help. The blaze burned close to many homes, which forced many people to evacuate, some still waiting to go home. The blaze is now 50% contained. Firefighters are expected to be working into at least tomorrow morning to fully surround it. Now, the message from Oakland's fire chief tonight: don't let your guard down. We are not out of the woods yet. Right now, fire crews are focused on hillside hotspots and smoldering eucalyptus trees. Dozens of homes still under mandatory evacuation above the burn area. This bringing NBC Bay Area's.
Oh no, eucalyptus trees? If I'm not mistaken, eucalyptus trees are very flammable because I think they contain like oil in the sap.
Jensen, he's been on the fire scene since shortly after it started, and Tom, still just 2 homes damaged, but it sounds like a lot more work remains to be done up there.
Good evening, Terry. Fire officials are really concerned about the winds, which did kick up at times today, and they're concerned about the hot spots that are still up here, and especially about this large, partially burned eucalyptus grove, which is covering the hillside. One by one, firefighters take down eucalyptus trees inside the fire lines on the Oakland Hills Keller fire. It was those notoriously oily, dried-up trees that exploded into flames Friday afternoon when winds blew embers from a fire on I-580 into the front yard of a home on Mountain Boulevard and Maynard Avenue.
Kind of just looked around and turned around. It was this huge blaze. I'm like, my God, get the hell out of here.
Dorothy Moorhead Coleman Wright was in her garden when she saw the towering eucalyptus trees turn into a wall of flames, just like they did 33 years ago, almost to the day. And then seeing 2 of her neighbors' homes almost immediately catch fire was like deja vu all over again. Did you start thinking about 1991? And
yeah, it was really, the blaze was really, really bad.
The nightmares of 91 when fire raced through the Oakland Hills, claiming 25 lives and destroying thousands of homes.
It was just spreading so fast. I was like, oh my goodness. So it was real scary.
It was something else, coming home, seeing like firefighters on top of the roof, putting down fires.
Marco Franco was born 2 years after the
That guy was born 2 years after the 91 fire? You're telling me that guy was born in 93? Woof. Really? Buddy, you gotta do something about this. Okay. Now, let's talk about this situation here. Sort of a double situation, if you will. Fire, yes, but this fire we're about to talk about is actually now done, but for a reason that, well, may be concerning for some.
Winter is coming.
You need to fix this sound shot.
Winter is coming.
There we go. That's much better. Winter is coming. That's right. Let's go to Utah.
Fighting efforts on the Yellow Lake fire burning near Mirror Lake Highway are now starting to wind down.
The snowstorm that hit yesterday has made conditions a lot better today. News specialist Alex Cabrero is live at Camas, where an informational meeting is just beginning for residents. And Alex, what update do you have there hearing about this fire?
Right, Dan. Yep, that meeting is just starting right now. I saw some of the fire crews going in there, some of the managers of this fire, just to talk to the public and update them. The latest news, the fire is still at 33,000 acres. It hasn't grown at all, still 30% contained, but the snow, well, all that snow we got yesterday sure helped firefighting efforts on this one big time. There's something about that first big snowfall of the year.
We welcome it. We want it.
that gets many people downright giddy.
What does he need?
It was enough to get a grown adult like Take Zawalin acting like a kid again.
A nose.
He and his father were visiting the Uintas just off Mirror Lake Highway in Summit County to do some fishing.
We look forward to it.
And we're excited to see all the snow.
It's fun. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. We were the only ones at the lake today.
But for as beautiful as the snow was to them, it was even more so to those who live in the area. The Yellow Lake fire was burning a lot of land here, enough to force some evacuations and keep people living in the small town of Hannah on standby to evacuate until this snowstorm hit.
We got maximum about 1.25 inches. There's snow on part of it.
Today, the Forest Service held an informational meeting in Camas to update the community about what the fire is doing now because of the snow.
There are some.
So it hasn't completely put out the fire, but it has helped firefighters in combating the blaze. However, it is a stark reminder that, well,
winter is coming.
New York already had its first snow as well, so, you know, it's looking like it's definitely in the direction of our near future here. Ow.
Is breaking out the winter gear, and some even heading up to the mountains to get a glimpse of all that snowfall. As Differ 7's Adria Arajito shows us, the winter weather is enchanting local and international visitors alike.
Memorable moments and a memorable snowfall.
What are your thoughts just seeing the snow right now?
This is heavenly. From the deserts of Dubai to the Continental Divide, the Wagleys seeing the Rockies for the first time.
You guys came for the fall colors and you ended up getting snow instead.
Yeah, we are happy about it.
Yeah. And it's really not even enough to make a proper snowball. This is all you're getting. But
I don't know, we saw a guy make a snowman, so that's fake
excited
news.
about this first snowfall.
That's fake news. We definitely saw this. You just need. She doesn't have the what do you call it? The drive. You need the sort of like the intrinsic need almost to make that snowball. Okay, you would just have to gather the snow. You'd have to work a lot harder at that snowball. But it's fair. It's not a lot of snow. All right, let's move it along. Move it along. What else we got? Oh, God. It's coming too soon. All right, let's, we got to talk about the hurricane still a little bit because there is still a little bit of flooding happening in Florida. But before we get into that, I thought we would look at this from PBS Terra. This is from last week.
The last time we had the same level of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, our oceans looked very different. But how different? I asked one of the leading experts on the subject, and what I learned was pretty shocking. The sea level was a lot higher then compared to today. That's because it takes a long time for sea levels to adjust as Earth's temperatures change. As the planet warms, all that new heat energy slowly melts ice caps and glaciers, and eventually, once the Earth stops warming, the oceans find equilibrium at a new level. So if we stopped emitting carbon dioxide today, how much higher would our sea levels rise? Well, we have a pretty good idea of what things looked like thousands of years ago when atmospheric CO2 levels matched ours today. In this episode, we're going to use some amazing new imagery to simulate what places we know and care about would look like in a few different warming scenarios in our lifetime and just beyond. It turns out we don't have to project far into the future to start seeing major impacts on our coastal regions, and that will impact millions of people.
Yeah, and this is if you're if you're feeling a little bit of potential anxiety. I don't blame you, because this is gonna be a rough one. This one's gonna be rough. It's good. I mean, it's very well done. Honestly, I think PBS Terra does some great documentaries, and it's nice that they're publicly available. But this one's rough. If half of this comes true.
Carbon dioxide levels are currently rising faster than at any time since the last ice age. I know that because I went and held 50,000-year-old ice from Antarctica that has tiny bubbles of ancient atmosphere trapped inside of it. Scientists use those bubbles to compare our current atmospheric carbon to the distant past. I was holding that ice while filming a very exciting broadcast season called Weathered Earth's Extremes, which you can stream right now. Scientists at Oregon State University found that we're currently emitting CO2 10 times faster than at any time in the last 100,000 years. If you want to learn what that discovery means for our weather today and see more of Weathered on location around the world, head over to the PBS streaming app where you can
I forgot this was I'm sorry, I stepped away for 2 seconds and she pulled a PBS promotional on us. Okay.
Right now.
Well played.
And to learn more about sea level,
well played.
Stay right here.
You got
Coastal
us.
communities are already feeling the impacts of sea level rise, but so far, what we've experienced is tiny compared to what we'll see in the future because the rate of rise is speeding up. In the last 30 years, we've had about 4 inches of rise, but we're projected to see a foot in the next 30. There are a lot of unknowns when it comes to sea level rise, but paleoclimate records show the potential for a startling future.
125,000 years ago and 3 million years ago were some last high stands of sea level that are comparable to when temperatures and carbon dioxide levels were about the same as they are now. And back then, we know that sea levels were 5 meters, maybe 10 meters higher than they are today. So we've still probably have a lot of melt left to occur.
Here's what 10 meters of sea level rise will look like in the US.
It's not good.
According to the data model visualization tools created by Climate Central and powered by NOAA data. If or maybe when that happens, much of New York, Long Island, and Newark would be underwater. The White House would become waterfront property, along with all of Norfolk, Virginia, Savannah, Georgia, and so many more. But the most impressive change is southern Florida, where major coastal cities would be submerged. In southern Florida
the Caribbean's
alone,
completely
more than
gone.
10 million people will become displaced. Even in mountainous states like California, much of San Francisco, and even Sacramento would be covered. Worldwide, around 1 billion people, or about 1/8 of the world's population, live less than 10 meters above current high tide lines. Most of the country of Bangladesh would be underwater. All of Bangkok, Shanghai, and most of Hanoi would be covered, as well as much of Singapore, Buenos Aires, and of course, nearly all of the Gulf Coast. Without a meaningful reduction in Earth's average temperature, this is very likely to play out eventually, and that's just at current CO2 levels. As we continue to emit greenhouse gases, the projections rise even higher, but it'll take centuries for sea levels to catch.
That's the worst. That's the worst ever. Right? Because I mean, think about it. It's at current levels, which means that if we stay as good as we are now, we don't do anything worse than where we're at right now. And all that's going to potentially happen in a near future scenario. 1 billion people in the most populous areas, mostly. And just, oh God, it's almost impossible to wrap your mind around it. The utter devastation to our entire ways of life.
With current temperature. But what exactly is causing sea level rise?
The dominant signals causing global sea levels to rise are about 2 parts land-based ice melt, Antarctica, Greenland, mountain glaciers, and about 1 part thermal expansion. So roughly 2 to 1.
When water warms, it takes up more space. And there's so much water getting warmer in our...
And this is something people don't think about, I think. And even I forget often. But it's just a physical property of water. Okay? When When it gets warmer, it takes up more space, right? And this is bad. This is very bad. Oh.
That thermal expansion used to be equal to ice melt, but that's changed.
The ice sheets are really starting to lose mass, and that the rate of which they're losing mass is accelerating, and that's overtaken the thermal expansion part. And that's the real elephant in the room, is how much are these ice sheets going to melt, and what will that look like at the end of the century?
So this is... Oh, God. So troubling.
Predictions for the next 30 years are more dependable than looking further.
By the way, I did see the comment back there earlier. I didn't want to interrupt what we were doing, but since I paused already, thank you for mentioning that I do keep you informed in whatever way I'm doing it. I don't know exactly what of the podcast you find most informative, but I'm trying my best. While also trying to have fun and, you know, like, maybe bring light to some things, some sort of levity and comedy. I don't know, it's sort of a fine dance.
So we'll start at 2050. Over the last 100 years, oceans have risen about a foot, but that rate of change is increasing.
So history will repeat itself and fast forward. We're set for a foot of sea level rise in the next 30 years relative to 2020.
1 foot may not sound like a lot compared to 10 meters or 30 feet, but low-lying coastal communities around the world will absolutely feel the impacts. And that 1 foot of additional water pushes floods higher as well. So on our US map, we're adding the ground covered by a 10-year or 10% chance flood to our map, meaning the likelihood of this flood happening this year is 1 in 10. Many low-lying coastal communities have levees and seawalls, but on our maps, we're showing areas that are potentially protected as flooded to give a sense of the risk. But what will these sea levels look like on the ground? Enter Climate Central. They're undertaking an ambitious project driving the east and Gulf coasts of the US, collecting images and elevation data to create realistic scientific-based flood model visualizations. We talked to Max, who is out collecting data for this project.
Right now, I'm in beautiful Daytona Beach. Just woke up. This is Climate Central's Edge of America Flood Rover 2. The vehicle, it's a fully electric Ford F-150 Lightning. Up on top, we have mounted on both sides 2 cinema cameras. And in between those 2 cinema cameras is the silver cylinder. This was a LiDAR unit, which sprays basically a laser cloud, similar to what they use in augmented reality.
That is some gear.
Up there are GPS units.
With that data, they can create scientifically accurate images of future sea level.
Our interface allows us to zoom in on a particular city or town or road, like Charleston. So what you're seeing is just based on 3 feet of ground level water. This is what the downtown Charleston market might look like with 3 feet of water.
We'll look at our most likely warming and sea level rise scenarios in a bit, but first, we're gonna look at 4 to 5 degrees of.
Okay, we're gonna pause it there. If you want to look further into that, I mean, I wouldn't blame you. It's on PBS's channel, PBS Terra specifically. I'm subscribed to practically every PBS that exists, all the local stations. It's almost oppressive to my feed, not gonna lie, because there's like 30 of them. Let's see. All right, let's talk about Milton and the flooding that has still been happening there as the rivers continue to rise after Milton somehow. It still confuses me, even though it's been explained. But it's the way that the marshes and the sort of very densely vegetated sort of areas react to this. Like, the water just doesn't rise. Like, it has to make its way like through all the sediment and all the other sorts of stuff. This residual flooding that's not caused by the rain or the you know, like the waves or whatever, and is just sort of purely like the storm surge kind of making its way through all of the natural estuaries, rivers, and other things like going through the state. It's been causing serious damage, and I don't think that I think just today is when it's basically starting to subside. At least I think that was the estimate, or near today, I believe, is when it's supposed to start subsiding. But can't even imagine, just like, you know, and especially if you weren't keeping track of stuff, like really, and you just, you know, just kind of living your life and trying to avoid dealing with the hurricane, or like trying to get, you know, like if you were somehow like not informed and you were like, why is it still flooding when the fucking hurricane is gone? It would be incredibly frustrating. I mean, I just can't imagine. It's the swampland, right? The water has nowhere to go, nowhere to drain into. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Now, last video on hurricanes and all that. Let's look at this, because this is a troubling, and I mean, the fact is we've talked about this a bunch of times at this point, but this is just a confirmation of that. Here, this is Fox 5 New York reporting on, apparently, what is this? What is with the spamming? Stop the spamming. All right. What was I saying? Ah, yes. So Zillow, if you're not familiar, are a company that does real estate listings. Essentially keeps track of all these sorts of things for people online. Makes it very easy for potential buyers and sellers and real estate agents and the like to look up different details about properties. Well, last week they decided to add a particular new, well, I guess you could call it a feature. For a lot of people, it's probably going to be bad, especially home owners. For home buyers, it will probably be very handy. But this is another sort of addition to the sort of climate-related real estate market as it stands.
Well, this is good news for home buyers and potentially bad news for sellers. Zillow is now giving property ratings based off of the likelihood of extreme weather damage.
All right, Fox 5's Jessica Formoso shows us nearly 30% of listings now come with climate risks.
As natural disasters become more frequent and in some cases extreme, homeowners are severely impacted, often left with thousands of dollars in property damage. That is why now many potential buyers want to know what is the area's climate risks before purchasing a home.
It gives people the ability to take another data point, things like school scores, things like walkability, things like community scores. But now you can also add to that climate information, and people can understand, you know, what is the risk for this property? What's the risk for my community, not only today, but into the future?
That information is now available in a feature on Zillow. First Street, a climate modeling company, has partnered up with Zillow, offering comprehensive flood, wildfire, heat, and air quality data on home listings.
It really
Yeah, and future climate risk is going to be very problematic for a lot of these coastal homes, you know? And I don't think they're actually like adding the maps, like the flooding maps necessarily. I mean, they might be the ones we were just looking at from PBS Terra, but if they did, I think it would change things even more dramatically.
all of our climate hazard data, which is developed at a property-specific level for floods, wildfires, hurricane winds, drought, heat, and even air quality from wildfire smoke. It makes that data available at the property levels.
That data comes directly from listing pages showing the risk
Oh,
scores on interactive maps and insurance requirements.
What we've seen in the past is in a controlled treatment design where we've exposed half the people to the data, the other half of the people weren't exposed to it. We saw that after exposure, the people that were exposed to the climate data systematically started searching for lower risk properties.
Projecting a
That is not shocking, but this sort of a change is most likely going to really put downward pressure on the housing market, especially in areas where potential climate risk is evident. How many Republicans live in your area? That should be a statistic that they add. That would be helpful for some, I think. For many. Let's go on. Let's move on from the flooding, and at least the flooding from that storm. I think we have some more flooding to talk about. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about fall, because it is fall still. I know we've talked about how winter is coming and blah blah blah, but let's try and enjoy fall while it's here. First, though, let's talk about a risk that comes along with fall in certain states, that being deer.
If you live in the suburbs, you've probably noticed a lot of deer activity. Nick Calloway is talking with drivers about the increased risk.
This 1983 Porsche 911 Turbo means a lot to Pino and Julie.
I love it every day.
But behind the wheel, and Julie keeps his eyes peeled for deer.
Especially at nighttime around here, it gets kind of dangerous. You have to be driving the speed limit pretty much, or else they kind of jump out in front of you.
And Julie knows that all too well. About 2 years ago, he was driving this car with his wife and kids inside when a deer sprinted out in front of them.
They all screamed, then I screamed. The deer was in front of me, I hit him, and he rolled onto my hood, and he popped off of the roof. We were lucky, we were fortunate.
The annual fall rut, or mating season for white-tailed deer, is beginning, which means they're more likely to suddenly cross roadways. Especially early in the morning and around dusk, the increased activity has drivers worried.
It does, especially now that my son is of the age where he's going to get his license next month, so I worry for him.
New Jersey.
Yeah, and those deer, you don't think about it, but they are heavy and powerful, strong, and hitting it with your car, not going to be a good time for anyone. So be careful out there, people. Be careful. All right, let's get more into the fall feeling with some sweet leaf videos.
I'm retired and I'm on a bus trip from Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana, with my sisters actually. And we came out to the northeast to see the beautiful foliage and the colorful leaves. And then we drove through Vermont, and the leaves were very pretty on the mountains because the sun was out yesterday, and so that makes them pop more, the color pop more. And we're spending 3 days in New Hampshire in this area.
Why does this keep happening? It just randomly pauses it and puts it on the thumbnail. I mean, the thumbnail's pretty, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, what the fuck? Stop pausing it.
And 3, we move on to Maine for 3 nights before we head back.
I just got off this train here and I had a beautiful ride with it. It was nice and comfortable and it was a nice ride. We enjoyed it. We've come out here before and went up into the mountains and stuff like that and watched it when it had good color. It is beautiful. All right. It's we don't have that in Iowa.
Leaf peeping is one of the most accessible tourism things that you can do. You don't have to have the athleticism to be a hiker. You don't have to have the money to own a boat or any other type of equipment. You just need to be able to get in a vehicle or on a bus or a van and be able to head north. I grew up here, so I think it loses its luster a little bit. But don't get me wrong, there's definitely those moments when I'm like...
Okay. I hope you all enjoyed the leaves. Should we do some fall stuff here on Sunday FUNDAY of little significance aside from its aesthetic, sentimental sort of worth. But I think that's fine. I'm okay with that. I think we deserve a moment, especially on these Sunday FUNDAYs, to sort of take in the natural beauty. Leaf peepers, yeah, it's a weird term. I'm not a fan.
Don't be creepy.
Look, don't peep. Just stop being weird about it.
Like most of the UK's rivers, the Aller had been interfered with. It had been artificially straightened to keep the land dry, but it left little room for nature.
So here's the question. Is it possible to do the ecological equivalent of a complete reboot, to reset the river and let it find its own course through the landscape?
Other projects in the UK have re-wiggled rivers, using diggers to reconstruct the curves they used to have. But here in Somerset, the National Trust decided to do something much more radical. They completely filled the river in with earth and rubble and then waited to see what would happen next. We went to see the project just after the heavy work had finished. A year on, and things have changed.
It really is foggy now, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant.
It is absolutely phenomenal. It is just transformed. It is green, it's messy, it's noisy. You walk through and the insects go up and then you stop and listen and the bird song is just amazing.
Because what's so interesting about this is you didn't actually know what was going to happen, did you?
No, it's like, yeah, it's one of the kind of, the first projects that really has been done like this on this scale in England. There's a lot of uncertainty and kind of, you know, what's going to happen, what's going to look like, is it going to do what we think it's going to do, which is both a little bit scary but also, you know, brilliantly exciting.
Scientists have been using drones to help monitor the changes. The images from the air prompt a fundamental question. Freed from the constraints of its banks, is this really still a river at all?
You no longer have that single channel, what we think of as a river. What you have instead is a complex, messy wetland environment. You can't even see when the original channel was. You have multiple threads, multiple ponds, multiple wetland areas.
It is that complex network of different environments which brings the explosion of life the scientists say they've recorded here. Not just birds, but mammals too, including endangered water voles. They'd better be careful, though, because there are predators here too.
So cute. So freaking cute. This is an amazing project. We've been talking about sort of the renaturalization of watersheds and different sort of oh my god, my brain just broke. Different sort of bodies of water, and you know, like taking dams out of rivers that don't need to be there and things like that. And I think this is a really interesting project. Like honestly, I'm just fascinated by this, because like they were saying this is something of a groundbreaking scientific experiment, if you will. You know, sort of undoing what humans have done, and then just seeing what nature does afterwards. You know, with huge potential implications. Not just for the local area, but if this proves to be something that people may follow in the future in other areas, you know, it could be for the world.
But what happens downriver? The villages regularly flood, so there was a lot of concern about the impact the changes would have, and a lot of anxiety in the National Trust team, especially when last winter turned out to be one of the wettest on record.
Post-restoration, we had some really significant rainfall events, you know, unprecedented really.
The site responded really well. We didn't get any downstream flooding. Other villages in and around Somerset, really badly flooded. And here in Alaford and Bossington, no flooding. And the data's backed that up now. We've got from sort of Exeter and Nottingham universities. We've significantly reduced the flood peak and helped protect downstream communities from that extreme weather.
It's that's amazing. I mean, that's not what you would expect. I don't think.
It estimates the UK has lost.
Or at least not intuitively as humans. I think we tend to assume that our engineering is always the best, but in some cases, nature is just going to do it better and protect us more than even we might be able to. Pretty incredible that somehow this community was protected by doing this from floods. Because, yeah, I mean, I was, like, when I was listening to this, I was like, is that what's going to happen? Is this going to be bad or good? Like, talking about unprecedented rains in the middle of a scientific and sort of like geological experiment, if you will, environmental. It was just
reduce the flood peak and help protect downstream communities from that extreme weather.
Restoring wetlands is a priority for the National Trust. It estimates the UK has lost 90% of its wetlands in the last 100 years alone. River resets like this won't work everywhere, but the results here in Somerset have been so good, the Trust is already considering site.
So yeah, I think that's a really sort of positive story here for us to watch on Sunday Funday. I'm glad we could do it today. Got a few more environmental stories before we take our second break. Very on time. We're actually doing really good on time. Even though that's crazy. Okay, great. Let's go here. Honestly, this one's just for fun. We're going to play some music while we do this. This is the AP archive from a day ago. Electric vehicles dominate the Paris Motor Show. Wait, which one? Is it this one? It's this one. Yeah. Just play a little music. We'll look at some electric vehicles. It's Sunday Fun Day. I figured... Alright, that's enough of the electric car show break. Just figured we would take a pre-break break. It's really like an extra break for you. Because we're about to go almost right into the regular break shortly after this, but, we deserve fun. We deserved a little just relaxation in this life. It's full of so much difficulty and other things. Let's go here to Sri Lanka, where about a week ago or so, I think this was from about a week ago, they were hit by massive flooding. Sudden. I think it was remnants of one of the recent typhoons. This is in the capital of Colombo.
Traces of plastic have even been found in the human brain. And studies indicate we ingest about a credit card's worth of plastic every week. But from the micro to the macro, plastics are making another mark on the world as well.
Why are you playing two videos at the same time? I can hear... This is... What in the actual fuck? Okay, there we go. I was going to say, I didn't remember this having any sound. Now we have no sound.
වැලිවිට ප්‍රදේශයට ගම් වතුර ගලන්න පටන් ගන්නේ අසාමාන්‍යයෙන් අවුරුදු 3-4කට දවසක් තමයි. දැන් එහෙම නෙවෙයි දැන් මේ අවුරුද්දට දෙපාරක් වෙන දැන් මාස 4කට විතර ඉස්සෙල්ලා.
Now I have exactly zero sense of what this man is saying right now. I don't speak Sri Lankan. I assume he's saying, geez, it really sucks how much water is here.
මාස ගානකට සැරයක් යට වෙනවා. දැන් අවුරුද්දට මේ වතාවේ දෙවතාව 2016 මීට වැඩි. දැන් 2024 අවුරුද්දේ දෙවතාවක් මේ විදිහට යට වුණා ළඟ ළඟ.
You know, this is probably what he's actually saying. Where is it? There it is. No, that's not it. Wait, where is it? What happened to this sound shot? Did I lose this sound shot? What happened? Is it on 2? 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I take it down? How would I do that? Did I replace it? Oh my god, it's gone. this is bullshit. Well, whatever. We're 2 likes shy of 50. That's a lot of likes. That's a lot of likes. Alright, now let's talk about plastics and their impact. Not on humans, not on our, well, on our environment in a way, but in a way unexpected. That being the fossil record.
What? It's science.
Plastics surround us in our everyday life. From the moment we wake up to the minute we fall asleep. Traces of plastic have even been found in the human brain, and studies indicate we ingest about a credit card's worth of plastic every week. But from the micro to the macro, plastics are making another mark on the world as well, and leaving a permanent mark on our fossil records.
Plastic conglomerates are fusion essentially of plastics and rocks. And they occur under specific conditions, but they have been brought up as one of these sort of pieces of geological evidence that, that we might see as a long-term imprint of human activities, because plastics are only made by humans. And seeing them fused into kind of the geological stratum of the planet has been brought up as one of these main pieces of arguments or pieces of evidence that we can use when we're trying to think about what would a geologist in the future look to as evidence of humanity.
Created when plastic is melted together with debris, such as sand, seashells, or rocks. Everything from a campfire along a shoreline to lava flowing in a plastic-polluted area can produce these new conglomerates.
The reason why we have geologic collections is to be a library of the Earth's history. This is one of the first examples that we've started to see of plastic becoming incorporated in the rock record. So the Earth's history is 4.56 billion years. We've never seen something like this happen in the geologic record before this, so we don't quite know how this is going to play out. So at the museum, it's important for us to have samples like this because it's showing first examples of these processes starting to take place. We don't know what this is going to turn into long term. We don't know if plastic is going to break down. It might turn back into oil and gas. It might turn into things like fossils. So if you crack open a rock and you see like the imprint of a leaf, you could eventually one day see things like imprints of flip-flops or plastic bags or water bottles.
This is just crazy to think about that. A million years from now. Aliens cracking open rocks on Earth, finding flip-flops and iPods. Okay. Well, that's going to wrap up the second half. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've gotten done doing both those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the various ways we have available to you, as well, our show is completely viewer-funded by people such as yourself. Got all sorts of options for donating, although I think my favorite is Patreon, as not only do I get to benefit by Patreon having the best cut for creators, but you also get to benefit by getting access to a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits. Stuff like being able to add an avatar to screens like you see behind me here, hang out poolside or by the bar, down on the galactic streets or at the lake. All up to you. Just for the paltry sum of $3 US a month. But that's not all. You also get access to Galactic content, shoutouts every show, and much, much more. There's also things like Cash App, PayPal, where you're not going to get any benefits, but you are going to be keeping the Galactic News Network alive. All available to you. Twitch too. You decide. Second half, that means the end of the show? No. This is the Galactic News Network, where we have 3 halves per show. That's right. Count them. 1, 2, 3. Alright, chat, enjoy this space intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back.
NASA's largest spacecraft ever built for a planetary mission is now on its way to one of Jupiter's moons.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff for Falcon Heavy Europa Clipper.
Its destination scientists might be able to stem.
This is going to pave the way for the future.
NASA's biggest planetary mission spacecraft to date is set to explore a potentially habitable place for life beyond Earth. The Europa Clipper is named after its destination, an icy moon of Jupiter.
We scientists have been dreaming about a mission like Europa Clipper for more than 20 years.
Scientists think the moon, Europa, is one of the best bets in the solar system for sustaining life. Under its surface, they believe it has an ocean that's tied from Jupiter's gravity that produce heat.
Scientists believe Europa has the suitable conditions below its icy surface to support life. Those conditions are water, energy, chemistry, and stability.
NASA says the Europa Clipper carries 9 instruments for testing those conditions, along with a gravity experiment.
Given everything that we've really learned about necessary conditions for life, Clipper is going to tell us if Europa has all of these ingredients for life.
But don't expect that data tomorrow. The journey between Earth and Europa spans about 1.8 billion.
No, it's a very, very lengthy journey, and we won't be getting any information back until what is it, 2030, I think? Or they won't even be reaching, let alone the information coming back to us. It's going to be a while. Now, while we're doing this, talking about space, I figured we would take a moment to talk about space, fashion.
That's hot.
Oh, wait, you know what? I take it back. Wait, no, I forgot. Space horticulture first, then space fashion. Got myself turned around.
Back twice. NASA flew tree seeds to outer space as part of its Artemis mission just a few years ago.
So those seeds are now seedlings, and one Orange County elementary school got the honor of planting one. NBC4's Hetty Chang is live in Lake Forest with the tree and the lesson behind it. Hi, Hetty.
Hi, Robert and Annabelle. This is a really, really cool story. This is the tree behind us here. It doesn't look like much now, but believe it or not, this is a giant sequoia tree, the biggest tree in the world. And yes,
Are you sure
one
it's a
happens to
giant?
be from out of this world.
Seems like a baby's, I don't know. She's saying it's a giant sequoia tree, but I mean, even that little sign is taller than it. So I'm a little skeptical. This might be fake news. Just kidding.
The world, and yes, this one happens to be from out of this world.
It's about maybe 1.5 feet tall, and it's bright green, and it's very beautiful.
11-year-old Emily Guess won't be around to see it in its full-grown glory. None of us will.
It's a giant sequoia. It's not very giant yet.
But hundreds of years
See, this is a observant young woman right here.
About 500 years.
Yeah, but I mean, for now it's not giant, but it has potential. It has potential.
Future kids will learn the story behind Emily and her schoolmates who planted the giant sequoia tree outside of Santiago Steam Magnet Elementary School and how it earned the name Moon Tree.
Literally out of this world. It went around the moon twice, actually.
Wow, this girl's got
On board
jokes.
NASA's Artemis 1 mission in 2022 were moon tree seedlings that flew around the moon.
It was the first and only living passenger on the Artemis 1.
NASA says after careful consideration,
Yes, of course we need a moon tree.
it chose Santiago Steam Elementary, one of several hundred applicants across the country, to get one of the seedlings to plant and grow in their community.
Whoops, what just happened?
They don't typically give them out to schools that often, and so we're one of the first schools that were selected.
I think having a space traveler come and live at our school and grow with our kids is pretty exciting.
The tree needed a special place and planting ceremony. So Monday, among more than 500 students, parents, and teachers, Santiago Elementary carefully laid the roots for their special space traveler.
Okay, I thought that was pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. Space trees on Earth. One day, maybe a giant space tree. We'll have to wait to see. Us, I mean, not we won't be able to wait. It's going to take hundreds of years, but one day. Now, let's talk about space fashion.
So hot right now.
Wait, what happened to my space fashion video? Ah, there it is. Okay. You're right, that kid is going places. She's got talent. She's got she raw talent. Okay. You deserve another one. Did you get to 50?
Speaking of high fashion, for the final frontier, this will be nice and warm today.
Oh my
Prada
God,
has
that's a
been
lot.
hired to design the spacesuits for NASA's Artemis 3 moon mission.
It stops you from getting radiation sickness, too. Axiom Space unveiled the new look yesterday. The suits are made with a white material that reflects heat, offering protection from extremely high temperatures and lunar dust.
Specially engineered boots will allow astronauts to spacewalk for at least 8 hours a day. The Artemis 3 mission is scheduled for 2026. If successful, it could be the first time a woman walks on.
Very fancy. Very fancy. Prada spacesuit, you don't say.
That's hot.
Okay, now let's talk about a different space problem. Well, I guess we haven't been talking about space problems, but let's talk about one space problem. That being space junk. Always getting in my way up here.
Earth's orbit is crowded with satellites and cluttered with an estimated 7,700 tons of space junk. Italian firm D-Orbit says their innovative satellite vehicle, GIA, can help by extending the life of some satellites or moving defunct ones out of harm's way. The project also aims to pioneer a new approach, recycling space junk in orbit. D-Orbit has secured a $130 million contract from the European Space Agency, or ESA, to develop commercial in-orbit servicing capabilities in Europe, with a focus on tackling space junk as part of the ESA's space safety program. Here is CEO of D-Orbit, Luca Rossatini, talking about how GIA will work.
We dock with the satellite, and then at that point we can extend the life of the satellite, move the satellite in other locations in order to serve other markets, or at the end of life, remove the satellites into the graveyard orbit.
So-called graveyard orbits are higher and less congested. Satellites can be left there without posing a risk to operational satellites. Alternatively, defunct satellites can be guided towards the Earth's atmosphere, where they will burn up upon re-entry. However, Rossatini says the GIA project is on a mission to give space junk a new life.
In the future, instead of wasting this debris, this raw material, you can bring them into a recycling station in orbit in order to produce raw material that is going to be used in orbital manufacturing facilities to create bigger values.
Okay, this sounds crazy, but I mean, he's talking about having basically like a space station out in orbit where they're remanufacturing and collecting space junk to put more satellites out. Pretty fascinating project. And it will at least help me because, you know, space junk is always running into this place. I mean, freaking Elon Musk is constantly just chucking satellites up here and all these other idiots. And, yeah. Maybe important job for the future. And even the present, because we actually happen to have thousands of in-orbit satellites currently. Okay, now, boy, we really do have so much space news. Let's look at some of this. I'm going to put this on 2x, so it's kind of going to be like a little bit of, what do you call it? I think of so many words. Why can't I think of these words? Be like a time lapse. There we go. Found it. Broke my brain just now. So yeah, let's watch this. Do 2x speed of some supermoons. Views of some supermoons from Chicago, as well as all the way across the world in Indonesia. Should be interesting. Damn, that's a big moon. You might even call it super. I think I'll turn the volume down on this and, like, I don't know, play us some other music. Alright, I'm gonna move it forward just a little bit here. There's no context for the scale of the moon? That's fair. But now that it's zoomed in, doesn't it look even bigger? Huh? You can just hear a bunch of gulls in the background going. Play the Majora's Mask music, please. Don't even know what that is. Sorry, I'm missing the reference on that one. I usually know a lot of stuff, but that one's somehow passed by me. You can see it's getting brighter and brighter. I love that shot with what is this? If this is in Chicago, it's probably Lake Michigan, I guess. That's a great shot. With the moon just sort of bouncing off the water. It's gorgeous. Let's see if it looks any different in Jakarta. Ooh, it does. We got some clouds. Ooh, that's adding some real ambiance there. I'm digging this. Forget Chicago. Let's go to Indonesia. Oh, we lost our music. We need more music. What haven't we listened to today? I'm trying to think. I guess we could just listen to this.
The next speaker is Mr. Gareth Clark. Mr. Speaker, you will not be surprised to know that it's my intention to vote against the second reading of this bill if a vote is called, and I shall be supporting the reading.
Alright, you gotta skip ahead on this one a little bit.
Very shortly by the Scottish Nationalists, and because of the rather measured position which the right honourable and learned gentleman had presented.
Oh shit! Hold on. They're playing music. You can hear it. Hold on. I didn't realize we were going to get a free concert with this. Let me switch the playback speed to regular speed. Jeez, that's freaking cool. Okay, let me get some more volume on this, please. Alright, when did it start? When did the music start? That moon's getting very close to my head. Alright, let's go to the middle, see what that looks like. Probably pretty similar. Probably still looks like the moon. Alright, cool. Super moon. It was pretty super, not gonna lie. Okie dokie. On to the Earth news. Alright, oh, actually, we have one more. This, the Orionid, the Orionid meteor shower is actually peaking this weekend. And I think it's visible in the northeast. I could be wrong on that one, actually. I think actually might be the west coast. I cannot remember.
Keep your eyes to the sky this weekend. There's a meteor shower happening, and it could be a good one. The American Meteor Society says the Orionid meteor shower is now active. It'll last for the next few weeks, peaking right after midnight on Sunday through Monday morning. The meteor is known for its brightness and speed. You could see up to 20 meteors an hour. But get this, the supermoon that was just in the sky could hamper your view. Talk about competing forces. Meteorologist Vanessa Murdoch is here with that. So a lot of people would love to see this meteor shower. When is the best time to see it, in your opinion?
Well, it is going to be that Monday morning time frame, around 5 a.m. Shortly before daybreak, skies should be crystal clear. The beauty of all of these astrological phenomenons happening lately is that the weather has been incredibly cooperative, and that trend persists. It's also
So yeah, if you're in the northeast of the United States in a few hours and you're still awake, I would recommend going outside and trying to catch a view of the meteor shower. Could be very cool. depending on the weather and whatever else you got going on in your life. But yeah, all right, let's go on to Earth news now. Now, officially done with space news. Let's go to Cuba, where they are having a particular problem. That being, their electrical grid has shut down. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Reconocemos que la situación es muy dura, pero los que están dirigiendo estos procesos tenemos una alta sensibilidad con que hay fuego y con que hay dificultades y que con los apagones son muy fuertes.
Cuando hablamos que hemos llegado a este lugar, hay que decir con toda transparencia que es que ya la economía hemos tenido que paralizar todas las fundamentales instituciones para poder garantizar este mínimo de energía eléctrica a la población.
Millions of people in Cuba were without power on Friday after the island's largest and most efficient power plant failed, the energy minister said. Earlier in the day, the government had shut down schools and non-essential industry and sent most state workers home in a bid to keep the lights on. President Miguel Diaz-Canel said on X that, quote, there will be no rest until power is restored. Grid officials said they did not know how long it would take. The outage comes as residents are already struggling with shortages of food, fuel, water, and medicine. This resident says the situation looks bleak.
Muy fuerte, muy fuerte.
It's too hard.
Whoops.
Too hard. This is in decline, and there are more and more blackouts. This is on the verge of total collapse.
While demand for electricity grows, fuel supply has all but dried up on an island that produces comparatively little of its own. Prime Minister Manuel Marrero spoke on national TV on Thursday. He said the blackouts were due to the situation well known to most Cubans: deteriorating infrastructure, fuel shortages, and rising demand.
Yeah, and what's the reason for that, Associated
Press?
Press?
With Hurricane Milton last week.
Because let's be real, Associated Press isn't going to mention this, I don't think. But the U.S. embargo is directly responsible for most of that.
Crippled the country's ability to deliver fuel to power plants from boats offshore, officials said. The government has also long blamed the U.S. Cold War-era embargo and sanctions under former President Donald Trump for difficulties in acquiring fuel and spare parts to operate its oil-fired plants.
Or literally anything. Why do you think they still drive cars from like the 50s?
Cuba's largest oil supplier, Venezuela, has also reduced shipments in the first 9 months of the year, according to vessel monitoring data and internal shipping documents. Russia and Mexico have also greatly reduced fuel shipments to the island. Earlier on...
Okay, is there more to this? Oh yeah, there's another video.
Cuba plunged into a countrywide blackout after the collapse of one of its major power plants Friday. By evening, officials said a trickle of power to its grid was restored. Grid operator GNN said it hopes to restart at least 5 of its oil-fired generation plants overnight, so it can gradually restore power to broader areas of the country. The vast majority of the country's 10 million residents were still in the dark on Friday night. Scattered pockets of the capital, Havana, including some of the city's major hospitals, saw lights flicker back on shortly after dark. Residents lit candles and fires
While, you know what, I think it's bad journalistic practice for Reuters not to play this song in the background.
Got through their Friday evening. A local, Rafael Pedro Gomez, says small children, the elderly, and the sick were suffering the most from the outage. And an employee of a hostel, Claudia Amanda Betancourt, says without electricity, guests in the room don't have air conditioning. Virtually all businesses in Havana ground to a halt on Friday. Earlier, the government was forced to close schools. Most state workers were sent home in a last-ditch effort to keep the lights on after weeks of severe power outages. Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel on TV told people to remain united and urged caution to residents from misinformation on social media.
Okay. What? What's that sound? Okay, whatever. Let's move it along here to this. We're not going to leave Cuba quite yet. This happened in Cuba just a couple... It was like, I think this was like a week ago. Around a week ago. This is AP Archive. They just posted this one. Actually... Wait, do I have another one to look at before we go there? You know, we'll do this one Monday. Let's go to this one. Yeah, so this was Cubans marching in solidarity with Palestinians. It was like over a week ago.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. military made a rare move, deploying B-2 stealth bombers to carry out airstrikes in Yemen. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the B-2s targeted Iranian-backed Houthi underground munitions facilities. The Air Force has 19 B-2s, and they have not flown in combat since 2017. Pentagon says
what the hell is happening? Why am I hearing two different videos at the same time?
El pueblo cubano, por Palestina y todos los países de este mundo que se sientan amenazados y agredidos por el imperialismo ya, merece todo el apoyo del pueblo cubano. Libertad para Palestina.
Estoy apoyando como uno más en esta manifestación para que de una vez por todas haya paz en Palestina.
I'm pretty sure he says that he wants peace in Palestine. Not, my Spanish is garbage. I literally never studied it. Okay. Now, let's stay in the Caribbean, but let's go to Haiti to talk about this, being the fact that a week ago Kenya decided to send 600 more police to crack down on protesters in Haiti. People who've been fighting against their appointed government.
Kenya will send 600 more police officers to tackle gang violence in Haiti next month. That announcement was made by President William Ruto during a visit by the Haitian Prime Minister. Gary Coney was in Kenya following a massacre by members of the Grand Grief gang. At least 115 people in a farming region were killed, according to a local mayor. It was one of Haiti's deadliest attacks in recent years. Kenyan security forces are in Haiti as part of a UN-backed Kenya-led mission. At a press conference on Friday, Kony praised the response by police and Kenyan officers to the massacre, as well as the deployment in general.
The first deployments of Kenyan contingents in Haiti have been extremely helpful, useful, professional.
Now, I've been honestly trying to get more information on this, and the fact is there's essentially no media in Haiti. Unfortunately, the Western powers such as the United States, France, and Canada, the others that have been involved in this situation, don't find it important for there to be an actual journalism in Haiti at all. In fact, I'm pretty sure that that's all by design, and that they'd prefer that the world does not get news from Haiti. And I've been struggling to figure out exactly what happened in this supposed massacre that has been getting a lot of coverage, which is why we have not really been talking about it, and I still don't have any real clear picture on what happened. Although from what I can tell, what are they called? The Caribbean and Kenyan forces may have been involved. That's all I know. I can't really say beyond anything that, and that's just a belief. I don't even know that for sure.
They've engaged almost immediately, side by side with the police force.
At least 10 countries have promised to send a total of around 2,900 troops to tackle violence in Haiti. But only about 430 have deployed since the mission got underway in June. Nearly 400 of them are from Kenya. Meanwhile, heavily armed gangs, which control most of the capital, Port-au-Prince, have continued to gain territory.
Heavily armed? I mean, they have guns. If that counts as being heavily armed, okay. But it's not like they have tanks and, you know, like, if you've ever seen them, they literally just they have guns. And I mean, if that's what AP or what is this, Reuters counts as heavily armed, okay. That means that all of the Israeli settlers are heavily armed, and I can think of some other groups that are heavily armed that shouldn't be. But yeah, okay. Let's move it along here to the United Kingdom, where BBC came out with this story 12 hours ago.
Now then, we have talked a lot about the war in Ukraine in the last couple of years, a level of Russian aggression that took the West by surprise, with thousands upon thousands of lives being lost on both sides. But the inquiry into the shock Novichok attack in Salisbury back in 2018 is a reminder of how relations between the UK and Russia went badly wrong. A poisoning on the UK soil of a former Russian spy that also took the life of an innocent British woman, Dawn Sturgis. She died after coming into contact with the nerve agent hidden in a perfume bottle. The UK's long believed it was ordered by the Kremlin, that attack, and carried out by Russian agents. Well, Dawn Sturgis' family want Vladimir Putin to be held accountable for what happened. I put that request direct to the Russian ambassador on Friday, asking if Russia still continued to claim that it was nothing to do with them.
There is a clear view that the truth from 250 British detectives, from the UK government, from the US government, from the French, the German, the Canadian governments, all of whom have said that Russia was behind this attack.
Too many governments are involved. Do they really take advice of each other? It is so that this is nonsense, really. And I really do not want to discuss it further because it has been explicitly explained during all these years. 5 years has passed. We arranged a big press conference here. Many questions has been answered about that. So why to drag this history so long and to continue into this? We do not really understand.
Well, this
the question
is a pertinent
is the issue has been discussed, and we did have an opportunity to provide all the answers. So why now?
The reason for asking this now is that an official inquiry is underway
And that was
into
an
the
official
fact
inquiry.
that a British woman lost her life because of these poisonings. Now, the evidence is that the Novichok was manufactured in Russia.
Right.
The evidence is that two men, forgive me if I could.
This guy does not seem to give a fuck. Not even one. He's like just sort of laughing and constantly interrupting. Just sort of dismissing every single word she says.
Was manufactured in Russia.
Right.
The evidence is that two men, forgive me if I could finish my question. The evidence is that two men traveling on Russian passports were behind this attack. Perhaps those two men should go to testify at the inquiry in order to clear their names, should they?
I don't think so. They are Russian citizens. Perhaps if we're speaking about the same personalities, as far as I recall, it's an old days already, but they have given the answers on the television, even performing on the television.
Oh, well, that makes it better. They went on television and said they didn't do it. Okay. I guess that wraps it up then. Case closed. But of course not. Of course that doesn't close the case, and the fact is that this guy doesn't have a whole lot of leg to stand on here. Alright, now, especially because of the way that Russia has dealt with foreigners on their own soil when it comes to things that are much less consequential, like, I don't know, assassinations and murders and stuff like that, right? You know, things like journalism and stuff, you know, like, or exercising, well, I guess Russia doesn't really have free speech, but you know, stuff like that. Alright, now, let's go on to the Middle East. That's how we're gonna end this shindig, and I'm afraid it's about to get a lot less fun. I'm sorry, but Earth news just hasn't been all that fun lately. I guess we'll start here. If you missed this, you probably should know about it. Let's start in a place called Yemen.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. military made a rare move, deploying B-2 stealth bombers to carry out airstrikes in Yemen. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the B-2s targeted Iranian-backed Houthi underground munitions facilities. The Air Force has 19 B-2s, and they have not flown in combat since 2017. The Pentagon says the strikes in Yemen are meant to show Iran that America will only tolerate limited further action against Israel.
Listen to ABC. The attacks on the sovereign country of Yemen are meant to tell Iran that they mean business? Does ABC even hear themselves? Do they even look at these statements that they make twice before writing them down? The fact is, I don't write anything I'm about to say. I just sort of go off the cuff. Or, you know, I mean, I do research and stuff like that, sure. But, like, I'm the worst at taking notes. So I just try to remember it all in my brain. But these guys have massive budgets, teleprompters, writers, editors, all these things, right? And meanwhile, they're talking about this kind of nonsense. As if somehow attacking one country is a message to another country and is therefore justifiable or whatever else. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, sovereign country of Yemen bombed by the United States.
Several strikes and explosions reported near the Yemeni capital Sana'a, under the control of the Houthi rebels since 2014, and in their northern stronghold of Sada. The targets, according to US authorities, hardened underground weapons storage locations. More importantly, though, this was their...
It's still a ridiculous image. We watched this one before, but it's such a fucking ridiculous thing. I mean, look, it's $100 million stealth bombers versus
more importantly
Toyota Tacomas and guys with guns. Fair fight. Okay. Alright, cool. That's right, no teleprompter for Space Lord. It's true. That's true. Alright, let's go here. You know what, we're gonna skip this. We're gonna go straight to this. Democracy Now! From a few days ago, itching for war. Biden deploys U.S. troops to Israel as Netanyahu threatens escalation with Iran.
Illegal.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Narmeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in Washington, D.C. We end today's show looking at the rising risk of a broader regional war in the Middle East. The Pentagon has announced U.S. B-2 bombers attacked 5 Houthi targets in Yemen earlier today. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said the attacks came in response to Houthis' quote, destabilizing behavior. Houthi fighters have attacked vessels in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden since November and vowed to continue until Israel ends its assault on Gaza and Lebanon. This comes as the Biden administration is deploying an advanced anti-missile defense system and 100 U.S. troops to Israel, as Israel threatens to carry out retaliatory strikes against Iran in response to Iran's recent ballistic missile attack on Israeli military and security sites. Earlier today, the commander of Iran's elite Revolutionary Guards issued a new warning to Israel. The commander, Hossein Salami, was speaking at the funeral of Brigadier General Abbas Nilforoshan, who was killed in the Israeli attack that killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah.
You, Israel, may imagine that THAADs can compensate for your shortcomings in defending you. This is a mistake. Do not trust the tubes of these launchers. You cannot massacre Muslim nations, but remain safe, secure, and live in peace. No, that cannot happen.
We're joined now by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He's the author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Trita. If you could just begin by responding to this latest news.
So I think it's extremely important for the American public to understand that what Biden has done here is that he has deployed U.S. troops into an active war zone in another country's war. There are no direct and clear U.S. interests at stake here. And the Biden administration is essentially presenting this as if it is defending Israel or helping Israel defend itself, whereas in reality, these are the distinction between defensive and offensive weapons here is rather irrelevant, because what the Biden administration is doing is reducing the cost for Israel to escalate tensions in the region. Every time Biden does this, it makes it easier for Israel to escalate. And as a result, it continues to do exactly that. If Biden was not reducing the cost of escalation, it would have been costlier for Israel to do the steady escalation as we've seen in the last year, widening of the war. And it would have thought twice. Perhaps the cost would even have been prohibitive. So if the Biden administration's actual goal is to prevent the widening of the war, prevent escalation in the region, adding defensive or any type of military capabilities to the side that actually is leading the escalation is not something that in any way, shape.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that that's only been one of their sort of stated goals. And the other one is directly in contrast and in conflict with that one, being supporting Israel at all points during this. Pretty much no matter what they do. Up until recently, they had given zero actual red lines. Or, I mean, there was technically a red line at one point, supposedly given, that has been crossed months and months and months and months back, that everybody's basically forgotten about now. And, you know, like, time and time again, we've heard Matt Miller and others, like State Department officials, say, actually, while we are about peace, we're also about Israel defending itself so much that it looks like they are starting World War III. And a regional conflict, at least, in the Middle East. And it's just, You know, they are clearly they're like antithetical to one another, and it's, you know, it's crazy making for most people, I think. I know it drives me nuts most days. I just feel like I'm living inside of a paradox, trapped in a freaking gaslight.
Form actually can help calm the situation down. Instead, it actually helps fuel tensions in the region and increases the likelihood of the very same widening of the war that Biden claims that he is against.
Can you give us, Trita, a chronology of what happened? The bombing on the inauguration of the new president by Israel of Tehran. Not clear if it was an airstrike, if it was a bomb that was planted that killed the Hamas negotiator, Ismail Haniyeh. Then that was Israel. Iran waits weeks and then attacks with 180 anti-ballistic missiles that kill no one but a Palestinian who died from, not clear, the shrapnel that came down from the sky in Jericho. They said they were just targeting military sites in Israel. Is Iran coordinating, by the way, with the United States, actually, in all of this? Is there more behind-the-scenes communication than we understand?
There is behind-the-scenes communication, undoubtedly, and there is, perhaps at a surface level, a degree of coordination. I think the Iranians do not want to see escalation, knowing very well that they are in a weaker military position, and they know quite well that Netanyahu has been itching for a war for quite some time, a war that he designs to drag the U.S. into it. And his best opportunity to drag the U.S. into this unnecessary war is in the next 3 weeks. So the Iranians have been rather restrained, hoping that they would avoid walking into Israel's trap. This is part of the reason why, after the assassination of Haniyeh, despite the fact that they promised a response, they didn't respond. They claimed that there were promises from the U.S. and Europe that there would be a ceasefire and that they waited to give that a chance. No ceasefire came, but on top of that, instead, Israel attacks Lebanon, kills Nasrallah as well as the senior IRGC official. And after that, the Iranians decide to respond, and they do so by striking military targets. And in that strike...
Exactly. Okay, I think that's a perfect place to stop. Okay. I think I've already said enough on that particular topic, and he's just absolutely right. There's not a lot to add to Trita Parsi. Pretty well researched, knowledgeable kind of guy. Let's go here now to Middle East Eye to discuss Israel's decision to attack UN peacekeepers.
Why is Israel shooting at UN peacekeepers in the south of Lebanon? And why does Netanyahu want them out?
אני רוצה מכאן לפנות ישירות למזכ"ל האו"ם. הגיע הזמן שתוציא את יוניפיל ממעוזי החיזבאללה וממרחבי הלחימה. צה"ל ביקש זאת שוב ושוב, והוא נתקל בסירוב שוב ושוב, שכל כולו מכוון לתת חומת מגן אנושית למחבלי חיזבאללה.
The United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon is a peacekeeping mission established by the UN Security Council in March 1978, shortly after Israel invaded Lebanon for the third time. UNIFIL consists of over 10,000 peacekeepers from 50 different countries, including Indonesia, India, Ghana, Nepal, and Italy. They were deployed to the south of Lebanon for 3 reasons: to confirm the withdrawal of Israeli forces after their first occupation of Lebanon, restore and maintain international peace and security, and to assist the government of Lebanon to regain its sovereignty after losing control of the country during the 1975 civil war. Israel has repeatedly fired on UNIFIL positions since October 1st, 2024, when it began its military operation in Lebanon. Despite Netanyahu's demands of immediate withdrawal of all UNIFIL personnel within 5 kilometers of the Israeli-Lebanese border, the contributing countries have unanimously declined. Israeli soldiers have since deliberately disabled surveillance equipment at UNIFIL bases. This includes video surveillance, lighting systems, and a radio repeater. They have also shot UNIFIL positions in South Lebanon, which includes UNIFIL's main base at Nakora, which injured 4 UNIFIL personnel.
I still maintain that this is the position of Benjamin Netanyahu on UN peacekeepers. Okay.
Donald Trump's, was this from,
Whoa.
when did he do
Whoa,
this?
whoa. No. Sorry, people. That's a unexpected Sam. Not an intentional Sam. I have to take that away from you. All right. Moving it right along. Let's go to here, and we can't watch this whole thing. But this was a press conference, a Matt Miller press conference. Did not go super good.
Unable to negotiate, he was unwilling.
I'm sorry, we're in the middle. They're already.
Our colleagues
Okay, hold on.
Politico reported that a U.S. envoy told aid groups that the U.S. would not consider withholding weapons to Israel for blocking food and medicine. That essentially the rules don't apply to Israel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with some opening remarks.
Oh, let's not. I forgot about this.
Yahya Sinwar, the...
No. We won't be doing this today, Matt. I'm sorry. We just don't have time for that. You and your bullshit.
Allow the people of Gaza to begin to rebuild their lives. With that, Matt.
Okay. I'll start with this, obviously, but please don't close the briefing without allowing me or someone else to ask about the other very big story of the day, which is, of course, the new UN partition proposal for Western Sahara.
Oh, yeah.
So when you say that over the course of the day, over the days ahead, the U.S. will redouble your efforts,
We
how
haven't even
exactly
talked about that on this stream.
gonna
There's so much goddamn
So
stuff.
a few things about that. First of all, as you know, we've been trying to achieve a ceasefire that returns the hostages home, alleviates the suffering of the Palestinian people, and ends the war for many months now. And the chief obstacle to reaching that ceasefire and bringing it into the war has been Sinwar, who has refused to
Of course it
recently
is.
said
It's
no
all his
time
fault.
and time again.
It's all Sinwar, the guy who just recently got assassinated and wasn't actually in charge until recently, until Israel assassinated the head negotiator and the head of Hamas before him, Hania. And it's like, the gaslight is the gaslight within a gaslight again. It's like, as long as we start history at this particular time, it's totally his fault. If it's after a number of other events that led to him being like, no, absolutely not. Because, it clearly lacks most of the important context. But that's basically Matt Miller's job, to strip everything of their context and just sort of repeat the stuff that sort of supports the narrative.
That obstacle has obviously been removed. Can't predict that means that whoever replaces Hamas will agree to a ceasefire, but it does remove what has been in recent months the chief obstacle to getting one. So
Matt Miller can't even name one other Hamas member right now off the top of his
find
head.
an end to the war. The secretary already today, while on Air Force One with the president flying to Berlin, called the prime minister of Qatar, who has been one of our two other mediators working to reach an end to the war. He called the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia to talk about the path forward, and he will be having additional contacts in the days ahead.
Right, but what exactly does redouble your efforts mean?
So it means redoubling our efforts to try and get an agreement that would bring the hostages home. Look, I'm not going to.
asking you for the logistics. I understand what you want. I want to know what that actually means. Redouble. Does it mean that you're going to be making twice as many calls?
So you know the proposal that.
It's a very fair and very good question. Can we get Matt Miller to start defining some of these words he keeps using? Because they seem to be completely meaningless.
Redouble. Does it mean? So I understand what you want. I want to know what that actually means. Redouble. Does it mean that you're going to be making twice as many calls?
So you know the proposal that has been on the table for some time. We're going to be trying to push that proposal forward. We now have a different well, we don't know who will be on the other end of the negotiating table now, but certainly won't be Sinwar. So there's a different.
Wow, he said that with too much excitement and satisfaction.
I don't want to predict.
But he said that almost like it's like as if he was the one who pulled the trigger on Sinwar, dude. That is wild. This sort of God, he is the worst.
Much what our efforts will look like over the course of the days, because we are just hours after what is a seismic event that changes the nature of this conflict. But we believe it is an opportunity to try and bring it into this war, and we're determined to try and seize that opportunity.
Okay, but in.
So that wasn't an yeah. No, but seriously though, it was not at all an answer. I really appreciate that he's like as confused as I am, because I'm like, wait, Matt, you didn't actually say what you were gonna do that counted as redoubling, aside from just sort of saying the same thing you've already said again now. I don't see how that's more helpful.
So are you going back to a place where you were 2 months ago? Because I just don't. The redoubling suggests that you're
from a policy perspective and a strategic objectives perspective, what we want to achieve. We are in the same place, and we're going to continue to try to push forward this.
We're in the same place. So he's just saying that we're just going to keep trying the same way we have been. You know, just going to keep. What do you call it? Doing nothing. Holding these nonsense press conferences. The fact is, this whole press conference is a goddamn shit show. Okay, and it's just bad. Really bad. I watched the whole thing. I'm not gonna lie. But we're not gonna. I'm not gonna force you all to do that right now.
Military control
it's
of
painful.
Hamas, but had political control of Hamas as
Shut
well.
up. Hurry up.
And he is the person who has been the prime obstacle to ending the war and stopping the suffering.
The prime person is Benjamin Netanyahu and Joe Biden. It's actually, they're sort of like the prime people, if you will. Benjamin Netanyahu refuses to stop sending bombs to like dropping bombs on people, and Joe Biden refuses to stop sending them to him. And it's just like, how is it that the dude who is dead, who wasn't even in charge until, like, you know, Israel assassinated the other leader of Hamas, like, how has it been his fault this whole time, dude? This is the most nonsense bullshit talking point. And if you're somehow like listening to this and like being swayed by what this man is saying, I really think you need to reassess.
Of the Palestinian people. So absolutely, it is an important event.
In fact, I might say, using Matt Miller's own terminology, I would recommend you redouble your efforts.
I suppose we disagree about the relative importance of the death of Sinwar. I think it's a pretty important event.
That's what the Israelis are saying, not me. I don't know. Now, let me ask you a couple of things. Now, you keep saying that Hamas absolutely refused, as far as all the people that were involved in negotiations from the Arab side, the Qataris, the Egyptians, and so on, they all say that Hamas agreed 100% to your proposal. No, it was the Israelis that rejected.
They don't, Saeed.
And they went on.
They don't, Saeed, and that's not what happened. Okay. And you and I have been through this before.
That's fine. I'm just trying to,
I know, but you and I have been through this before. Right. They came back with a counter proposal, which is not an acceptance of the proposal that was put forward and endorsed by the United Nations Security Council. If I give you a proposal, Saeed, and you come back and say, I agree to 7 of the...
You know, first off, I don't think Saeed mentions this, but Israel was the first ones to object to the proposals, right? And to attempt to amend them. But that's sort of October 7th type of... You know, when does history start exactly? You know, it started when Hamas had reservations after Israel claimed that they were going to completely ignore the deal. Like, I mean, this... God.
Things you propose, and on these 3 others, I have major changes. That is not an acceptance of my proposal.
But the answer, the Israeli answer, was to go ahead and kill the chief negotiator, right? Who was not carrying a gun, was sleeping actually in a guest house. Wasn't it?
What is there a question?
And I'm just saying at that point. Okay, yes, I do have a couple of questions. You also said that whoever comes next, Hamas, they would look back and reassess what happened in the last year and so on.
I didn't say they would. I said I hoped they would.
You hope they would. Yes, I said that you hope that they would. Does that mean that you would be willing to negotiate with Hamas directly if someone?
No. The Hamas is a terrorist organization. The United States.
If we're not willing to negotiate with Hamas, what's the point? What's the point of all this talk about wanting ceasefires and all this bullshit? I mean, claiming they're a terrorist organization, it's just, to me it feels like just a way for them to just continue pushing this goalpost further down, and it's just, oh god, it is wildly frustrating.
Withdrawal. That's what we meant when the secretary laid out almost a year ago several.
All right, let's just listen to Prem Tucker
we
here.
wanted to see for the end of the conflict, and one of them was no occupation
shut it.
of Gaza.
Shut it.
Prem.
Thank you, Matt. Our colleagues at Politico reported that a U.S. envoy told aid groups that the U.S. would not consider withholding weapons to Israel for blocking food and medicine. That essentially the rules don't apply to Israel. Given
it's not essential. No, forget what the essentially. That's not at all an accurate representation of her comments.
That's not all
of which were accurately presented in that article. I would say. As always with these.
Matt Miller's a journalist.
It becomes a secondhand presentation put into an article. Not all of those comments were in any way accurate.
Sure, but was the basic characterization of her describing U.S.
I'm not going to speak to a private meeting, but we have always made clear that we are committed to the defense of Israel. We will continue to support the defense of Israel, but we also are going to enforce U.S. law.
So you will enforce U.S. law, including
if you look at the letter that the secretary, if you look at the letter the secretary sent the other day, he said that there are a number of U.S. laws and policies that are implemented by Israel not taking steps to allow humanitarian assistance to get in, and we will enforce U.S. law. But we're going we want to see Israel take increased steps. We've seen them take some increased steps over the last few days, but we need to see much more.
I guess there have been previous instances for which this threat has been sort of floated, whether it's in the wake of the 7 Central Kitchen workers that were killed, whether it was in before any sort of major operation in Rafah. Of course, the administration maintains that there wasn't a major operation, but nevertheless, there have been instances in which this threat has been offered, and yet there hasn't been any actualization of it.
So I know that your objective is to see the end of U.S. support to Israel. Our objective...
Wow, Matt Miller claiming that a journalist has somehow an objective aside from just getting the truth. Interesting.
Your objective is to see the end of U.S. support to Israel. Our objective is to see Israel take steps to increase humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza. We have other steps as well, but that's relevant to the conversation we're having now. And so our engagement with them on this question has been to push them to take steps. And at times we've seen them take really important steps. When we had this last major engagement with them in April, we saw them take a number of steps to open new crossings, and it got trucks up to 300 to 400 in some days.
Which is still less than what's needed, Matt. Is this Blinken or Kirby? Neither. This is Matt Miller, former DOJ, now official State Department douche. I couldn't think of another word for him, honestly. All right, let's go here. This is recent footage of the aftermath of Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. There is nothing all here. We came to check our belongings. It's all flattened to the ground. God will compensate us. We will be victorious, and not them. This is one of the oldest souks in Nabatea. In the entire city and surroundings, all people depend on this souk in Nabatea. Alright, this is not the airstrike, this next one, but this is a funeral of perhaps some of the people who died in that very airstrike. That's quite a sign right there. Really is. It really is. All made in the USA. On Saturday, the airstrike took place and targeted this building. There were 16 killed and 21 wounded. God's mercy upon them, and I hope that they are in heaven. We are strong in our country, and we are steadfast in our land. Now, this is in Jordan. People protesting in support of the death of Yahya Sinwar. If a leader is killed, 100 leaders will take his place. If a residence fighter is martyred, 1,000 residence fighters will take his place. In this region, we are defending our existence, defending our land, defending our freedom and dignity. We have no path but resistance or death. We have no path but victory or death. We will stay here. We will win or die. This martyrdom is a permanent certificate that our leaders are at the forefront of the battle and that they live with their fighters above the ground and not just underground. The Jordanian people affirm in the streets of Amman their support for the resistance and for the martyrs. We ask God Almighty to join us with them. Alright, let's go here. Hezbollah vows to escalate war after Hamas's leader killed.
Its war against Israel Friday after the killing of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. According to Israel, Sinwar was killed by Israeli troops in a gun battle in southern Gaza on Wednesday. The killing of Sinwar is a pivotal event in the year-long conflict. He was the mastermind of the October 7, 2023 attack that triggered the Gaza war. And he was named Hamas's overall leader after the killing of political chief Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran in July. The Israeli military released drone video of what it said was Sinwar sitting on an armchair and covered in dust inside a destroyed building. Reuters has verified the location, but not the date of the video. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said after Sinwar's death, this was the beginning of the end of the war in Gaza.
To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages. The axis of terror that was built by Iran is collapsing before our eyes. Nasrallah is gone. His deputy Muhsin is gone. Haniyeh is gone. Def is gone. Sinwar is gone. The reign of terror that the Iranian regime has imposed on its own people and on the peoples of Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen, this too will come to an end.
Families of
What about your reign of terror? How about that? Is that going to end anytime soon? You psychotic bastard. Alright, let's go on. This is Palestinians in Gaza reacting to the death of Yahya Sinwar. From 2 days ago, this is Associated Press.
آلاف مئات عشرات من القادة الكبار كلهم استشهدوا واجوا محلهم قادة. هذا شعب فلسطيني يا ابني، شعب فلسطيني. هذا حي بموت الشعب مهما كلف الامور، مهما طغت علينا الحروب، مهما اتكلبت علينا الدول. احنا بتحاربنا مش اسرائيل، امريكا والغرب.
I was looking at my phone.
حتى العالم العربي والاسلام بيحاربنا.
I forgot that I was going to have to translate this. Thousands, hundreds, and dozens of leaders were all murdered and replaced with other leaders. The Palestinian people, they are alive and do not die, no matter how long the wars last. No matter how much the countries fight against us, the one who is fighting us is not only Israel, also America, and the entire West. Even the Arab and Islamic world is fighting. The whole world is fighting the Palestinian people. This is very sad and very unfortunate news. May God have mercy on him. He died as a fighter. He died as a martyr and an honorable person. Contrary to what the Zionist spies used to tell the people, they used to say that he was hiding in the tunnels and among the people. But he was martyred while fighting with them. Thank God for those of us who die as martyrs. They die honorably. They do not die impure, and we are proud of Sinwar that he was martyred. Whatever she was cooking in that tent actually looked really good. Not gonna lie, I think one of them was at least pizza. Truly impressive to be cooking that well in, I mean, I didn't taste it, it could be bad, I suppose. But from within a tent, truly incredible. Clearly, at least the people that interviewed here, were, if anything, just upset that he was killed, or, well, in a way, not upset, but somehow, like, supportive. I don't. It's complicated. I think it's something, slightly religious, but we're not. We're seemingly. How do you? Like, I feel like the media tries to portray these leaders as being sort of just oppressive authoritarians, but then you ask people, even after the guy's dead, they're like, I hope he's in heaven and all this other stuff. Let's move on to this. Gonna skip this one. Let's go to this one. CNN from 2 days ago. Footage showing IDF. Actually, we're gonna skip this one too. Fuck it. Let's go to more current. Let's go to this one from a day ago. Associated Press. Sirens heard in Haifa following a rocket attack from Lebanon. Now to this. And I was actually going to clip this and make... I didn't. Probably should tonight. Hopefully I'll end the stream at a reasonable time tonight and actually get some clips done for bed. Let's go to this, because apparently drones were launched into... I think it's pronounced Caesarea, which is apparently where Benjamin Netanyahu lives, in an apparent attempted assassination of Benjamin Netanyahu himself.
A spokesperson for the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, says a drone's been launched towards his home in the northern town of Caesarea. Neither Mr. Netanyahu nor any member of his family was in the building at the time, and there are no reports of any casualties. Earlier, the Israeli military said that 3 drones had been fired into Israel from Lebanon. 2 were intercepted, but 1 was reported to have hit a building. Meanwhile, in Gaza, the Hamas-run health authorities say at least 33 people were killed in Israeli airstrikes in the Jabalia refugee camp on Friday. There have also been reports of casualties following airstrikes in at least 2 other parts of Gaza. Well, for the very latest, let's go to our correspondent in Jerusalem, Jonah Fisher. Jonah, first of all, this news that's just coming into us about this drone which was launched towards Benjamin Netanyahu's home in Caesarea. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, what we do know is that 3 drones were launched, presumably from southern Lebanon this morning. They crossed over into Israeli airspace, and the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, says 2 of those drones were intercepted, but that one of them continued towards Caesarea, which is where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has a private residence, and that it hit or impacted into something there. It's not entirely clear at the moment what it struck, but we did have that statement from the Prime Minister's office in the last half an hour.
Okay, now let's go to this.
We begin with breaking news from Israel, where the Prime Minister's office says a drone has been launched towards Benjamin Netanyahu's home. It's located in the Israeli city of Caesarea. A spokesman says neither Netanyahu nor his wife were at home at the time, and there were no casualties. For more on this, I now bring in correspondent Emily Gordine in Jerusalem. Emily, at this stage, what more do we know about this incident?
Well, police this morning reported a loud explosion that was heard in the seaside town where the Israeli Prime Minister has a home. He also has a home in Jerusalem. And now this explosion came amid an attack, a drone attack that was launched from Lebanon. The IDF this morning reported that 3 drones had been launched by Hezbollah into Israeli territory. 2 of them had been intercepted. One of them managed to escape Israeli air defense systems and managed to travel all the way to the Prime Minister's home in what is sort of central Israel, but north of.
Okay, I think there's one more on this. Yeah. Forbes Clip Factory.
יש לו אישור אצלה בחור הזה? נראה לי שהוא מבוקש פה. מבוקש. רחית. כן? אחי, אתה יודע, הוא הולך ככה עם סיגריה ביד. רק אחד? לא כל החמור? לא, 3.
Well, everything seems fine here. All right. Now, we definitely got some more stories to do. Boy, we are getting long on this stream, aren't we? Let's go to this, as Israel attacked Beit Lahia, which I believe is in Lebanon. Right? Jesus Christ. This was a day ago. Apparently over 60 people were killed in this strike.
Unmanned aerial vehicles are being used by Hezbollah to target critical locations.
Yeah, we already did that. We don't need to do that. Okay, there we go. All right.
Our colleagues at Politico reported that a U.S. envoy told aid groups that the U.S. would not consider withholding weapons to Israel.
We already watched. We watched this question. And actually, I think this is the same one too. So we're gonna go here to Al Jazeera.
Okay.
These are some of the latest pictures that we're getting of the scene of that attack in Beit Lahia in northern Gaza. Reports of at least 60 Palestinians being killed there. It follows, of course, 15 days of near total siege by Israeli forces in the north of the Gaza Strip. More on that.
Yes, more on that. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I thought it was in Lebanon. It's in Gaza. I take it all back. Sorry, it's hard to remember every name of every town in the Middle East. Okay.
The Israeli military has targeted Beit Lahia, that's in the north of the Gaza Strip, killing, we understand, at least 60 Palestinians. Dozens of others have been injured, and the death toll is expected to rise. These are some of the most recent pictures we're getting of the scene there in northern Gaza that has been under Israeli siege now for more than 15 days. We're talking about no food, no water, no medicine being able to get in. Also, residents there fleeing, coming under fire as they try to escape the fighting. The United Nations is warning Palestinians are being forced to endure, as they say, unspeakable horrors. The breaking news, as I mentioned this hour, at least 60 people killed in an Israeli airstrike in Beit Lahia. Just to repeat, that is in northern Gaza, one of several areas in that part of the Gaza Strip.
Okay. Now, let's go on to this one. Here's Forbes breaking news from a day ago. A reporter asking Lloyd Austin a question I think is worth asking. That being, now that Yahya Sinwar is dead, who is exactly holding the hostages?
Mr. Secretary, does Hamas control all of the hostages? And if not, who else does? Other groups such as Palestinian Islamic Jihad?
It's hard to say in terms of the remaining hostages who has their hands on hostages at this point in time. And I tell you what, at this point in time, nobody should be controlling hostages, and that's why.
Nobody should be controlling the hostages? I mean, I think I know what he means. But the fact is this is a nonsense fucking answer, because they are still hostages. And the fact is if you keep killing the people that are in charge of them at this time, without actually having them in your sort of, what do you call it? Control, I guess, or whatever. Like, how do you expect them to continue to even, like, you know what I'm saying here? Because, like, we've talked about how, you know, if you continue to starve Palestinians, well, the hostages are going to be starved too. And it's the same sort of idea, right? It's this sort of trickle down, who knows what exactly, with relation to these sorts of events. It's like, and there doesn't seem to be any real consideration for what is going to happen to those hostages, either from the United States or from Israel, and it's quite troubling, especially, I'm sure, for, I don't know, the hostages of the families, maybe.
At this point in time, nobody should be controlling hostages, and that's why we're pushing hard to get a ceasefire and release of the hostages.
What is the current military strength of Hamas and Hezbollah?
I'll have to come back to you on that. I don't want to.
Yeah, so Lloyd Austin has exactly 0 answers. Pretty pathetic, honestly. I don't know about anything on this way. Okay, Lloyd, thanks. Thanks for that, pal. Alright, let's go here. This is from yesterday. CNN. U.S. intelligence about Israel's plans to attack Iran have been leaked. What? By the way, this is our penultimate video. Only 2 left to go.
Deeply concerning. That's how U.S. officials are describing the leak of highly classified intelligence documents detailing Israel's preparations for an attack on Iran. Axios was the first to report on that leak, and CNN's Natasha Bertrand is joining us now live. Natasha, with more. Natasha, I know you've been talking to sources as well. What are you learning?
Well, Jessica, we have managed to confirm that these 2 documents that were leaked on Telegram on Friday do appear to be authentic, and they are highly classified documents that suggest that the U.S. has been essentially spying on Israel's plans to retaliate against Iran for that massive missile barrage that Iran inflicted on them on October 1st. And these documents are marked top secret. They also have markings suggesting that the only entities that should be viewing these documents are the U.S. and some of its closest allies, the Five Eyes Partnership. And so this is obviously very concerning to U.S. officials. And while we are not going to quote from these documents or share them directly, we can outline them broadly. One of them, for example, which is sourced to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, discusses Israel's movement of certain munitions in order to prepare for a possible strike on Iran. Another document, which is sourced to the National Security Agency, discusses the Israeli Air Force's preparations and exercises for a strike.
Where is this woman right now? Like, for a second I was like, is this a hotel or is this her home? What is this place? Like, I wasn't questioning it, and then I started like looking around. I was like, what the fuck is this castle this woman is in right now?
Including information about the Israeli Air Force's use of air-to-surface missiles.
Like, am I the only one that's noticing just how, whatever, forget it.
Israeli Air Force's preparations and exercises for a strike, including information about the Israeli Air Force's use of air-to-surface missiles. And so this is obviously going to cause some consternation, to say the least, in Israel itself. And of course, it comes at a very delicate moment between the U.S. and Israel. And it really reveals, I think, something interesting, which is that for all of the United States' efforts to get information directly from Israel and, intelligence about what they're planning to actually do in Iran.
Okay, hold on. I think there was another part in this that I wanted, but I think that's most of the beginning part that I wanted to get. Actually, I think we're gonna skip the rest of this. Let's move on. You think it's a panic room? I don't think panic rooms usually have windows, do they? Alright, final video. And it's Sunday Funday, so I saved a fun one for last. By the way, I forgot to give you this, so here's your round of applause for having made it this far in the stream. Over 6 hours now, I think, or close to it.
Is this me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Well, thanks for taking my call. I'm a recent new listener. I really appreciate the work you do. Just on the topic, actually, so I had one question. I want to see if I can make a quick plug as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question is related to Israel and Gaza. Do you think there's any value in...
That's actually a really great guess. That's a really great guess. I'll bet that could be it. I think it's a high probability that's what it is. She's at the G7 in Italy. at the probably 5-star fucking hotel that they have all the diplomats stuffed into.
In Gaza, do you think there's any value in trying to argue on behalf of, like, approaching it from what's in America's best interest in addition to the humanitarian perspective?
100%.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think that, like, at least in the conversation I have with people in my friend group, I live in San Francisco, and yeah, everyone's, sorry, I just have a cold on my end. Yeah, I think people, like, they hear the news, they think it's really sad, but also I think people seem to be more directly impacted when they know that, I don't know, something that affects American interests, affects their pocketbook and stuff like that.
I mean, talk about it from this perspective. What is going to happen? Do you think that the people who are experiencing this kind of slaughter are just going to take it? Or is there going to be a massive resistance movement to come out of this? And if you like,
and whose bombs are these that are being dropped on them?
It's your tax dollars. Those are ways to get to conservatives. Like I know somebody that's actually through another person that's works at Fox News and as a producer, and they were saying like they're even starting to get a little bit nervous. Like, oh, this is a little over the top here. And we're about a year out from a bunch of people pretending like they were against this the whole time. But the point is just that, like, if you can make that argument to conservatives about even how much money we're sending to Israel, that's probably a way to get through to them.
But it's also, it undermines our ability to get anything done in the region. I mean, there is a fantasy that exists in the minds of people like Brett McGurk and Hochstein and other sort of neocons. Joe Biden could be one of them. I mean, to the extent that we can tell what's in his mind at these days. That has existed for over, I would say now we're in year 30. And you can go back to the Project for a New American Century. Dick Cheney was a signatory. Others who have since left us, but many of the same people who brought us the Iraq War. And the idea on the Project New American Century, this is a 1992 or 3, I think it was, a document, was the idea
arguably
that
the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th
U.S.
century.
will, and at that time, there is no other superpower. U.S. will become a hyperpower. We can maintain this hyperpower status, right? This is the new American century, that being the 21st century. We can maintain this status by essentially allowing for low-level conflicts to exist around the world, which will prevent any type of coalition to fight our power. Iraq was supposed to be the pivot point for this. These are the same people who are upset with George Herbert Walker Bush for not going in to Iraq and doing regime change in 1991.
Yeah.
The wake of the Kuwait War.
I mean, they practically did.
And they believe, this is my opinion, they didn't articulate this, although some of this exists in the Project for a New American Century. Some of it's also a little scary, because it also says, like, we can't possibly go into Iraq unless we have some type of, like, predicate as to, as to, like, why they're a threat to us. And it ended up being 9/11.
There were PNET guys on 9/11 saying, this is clearly Palestinian, we need to go into Palestine.
I mean, the idea...
I personally never heard any of those comments, but I'm not shocked to hear that, honestly.
On 9/11 saying, this is clearly Palestinian, we need to go into Palestine.
I mean, the idea was, we're going to go in, we're going to overthrow Saddam. It's going to bring about a flourishing democracy in Iraq. We will then go into Syria, and essentially we're going to flip over all of the regimes and create some type of stability. And of course, the other sort of like less spoken, but it was there, is that we will be in charge of the spigots of where the vast majority of fuel for China's economy will come from, literally. And we'll be in charge of that. If they have to get it from Venezuela, if they have to get it from Canada, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Sam. All right. Well, we got through another one. It was long, but actually somewhat enjoyable. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Puck, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, This is Jen, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. That's not it.